Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Kenyan in Birmingham, Alabama in the United States has been jailed for 18 months for illegal possession of a gun. 39-year-old Stanley Amalemba Ambeyi pleaded guilty in November 2025 to having the firearm while in the U.S. illegally. Police stopped him on April 11, 2025 and found ammunition in his car. A search then uncovered a .22 caliber revolver, leading to his arrest. 4 people have been sentenced to death for the murder of former Kabeta Member of Parliament George Mushahi, his 2 bodyguards and a driver. The men Eric Munyera, Raphael Kimani, Mustafa Kimani and Stephen Asitiva were also found guilty of robbery with violence. The ODPP said 36 witnesses linked them to the crimes, which occurred in 2015.
I consider the following sentences reasonable and appropriate. A. Count numbers 1, 2, and 3, each of the first, second, third, and fourth accused persons or convict is sentenced to death as by law provided on each of the said counts numbers 1, 2, and 3. However, as by law required, execution of the sentences on counts numbers 2 and 3 shall be held in abeyance because the sentence on the first count renders the same sentence on the other counts with regard to the same convicts moribund.
Meanwhile, lawyer Dunstan Omari, representing the second accused, Raphael Kimani, says he will appeal the conviction.
Today the court has pronounced itself on our client, that is Raphael Kimani, the second convict, and the court has sentenced him to the sentence of death as provided for under the statutes in section 295 and 296. We are not satisfied with the decision of the court. We shall be moving to the High Court to challenge that decision.
The government is calling on Kenyans who applied for new ID cards to go and collect them. Over 400,000 cards are still at registration offices across the country. In Nakuru County alone, 34,000 cards have not been picked up. Immigration PS Dr. Belia Kipsang says this is worrying, especially during the ongoing voter registration drive.
But there are some, we've been going around the counties, there are some counties who are doing very well, and they almost have no IDs that are not yet collected. But in this particular county, we have a challenge. We have more than 34,000 IDs that have been printed, but not yet collected. And that is why we have our chiefs today, because we would want to use the structure of the chiefs, which run all the way to assistant chiefs, the village elders, to the Makumi, to ensure that these IDs reach the persons who applied for them.
The government will waive business licenses and permits for Nyota Fund youth beneficiaries in the country. The announcement came as officials confirmed that the second disbursement of funds will be released before the end of April. Speaking at a mentorship event in Kerugoya, PS for MSMEs Susan Mangeni praised Kirinyaga for strong performance and accountability among young entrepreneurs who have already received startup capital.
Now, on the question of license, it is true that all over the country, the county governments promised to give these young people a waiver in their respective jurisdiction. And even here, Excellency Anne Waiguru did the same to the beneficiaries here. And it's not that they have not implemented. We are working out a framework of realizing that.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you indeed. This is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. Have you declared your day? Have you said that indeed this is the day that the Lord has made and you want to make merry in it? Well, I hope so. It is now 6 minutes past 6 o'clock. It is a Friday, the 10th day of April 2026. And guess what? It promises to be an amazing show. We have an amazing lineup of guests coming through in the next couple of hours. So why don't you tune in? And of course, we'll be checking out the magazeti, talking about various topics and focusing on what matters to you. Right now, though, a big shout out to everyone who's tuned in. And I want to give you a shout out. So if you're tuned in, why don't you find us on our social media spaces? That is at Radio Gen KE across all of them. Radio Generation Kenya on YouTube and Radio Generation Kenya on Facebook as well. Siti Muga is here with me. Siti, good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Paul. And how are you?
Mi niko fiti tena sana.
It's good to hear.
Yeah, bana. Unajua Friday na kuangalia siku ya kuchangamka kwa sababu naingia weekend. A lot of things happen on the weekend. Guys are going to Ushago. Others are coming from Ushago. They're coming to Nairobi. Kama bibi yako kama bwana yako anakuanga Ushago, leo ndio anakuja. So unamgoja, unampeleka out, mnakula mayai, chapati, sausages. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness. Siti Muga. Let me ask you something, by the way.
Ask me something.
Ukitembelea family members, your siblings maybe, what kind of good stuff is it that you find there? Unapikiwanga mapochopocho gani? Because I'm sure they know your favorite food. What's your favorite food?
They do.
Yeah.
I'm actually not a very fussy eater. That's the point.
Okay.
No.
So what's your favorite meal? Ndio ile siku utakuja nijue kinyenda kutengenezea.
I actually don't have a favorite meal, but
you have to have.
I'm going to explain to you.
Yes.
The vegetable I really like.
Yeah.
Is creamed spinach.
Creamed spinach.
I think does wonders.
Yeah.
Oh man.
The first time actually I had the cream spinach was at Elizabeth Omolo's house. Elizabeth Omolo, veteran broadcaster.
Walikuwa nafanya kazi na madhe.
Yeah, alikuwa nafanya kazi na madhe. So there's a specific time that we visited her. I mean, we visited her so many times and we had so many kinds of meals there, from fish to the kuku. But there's this specific time. Cream spinach.
Etched in your memory.
Na hiyo ni kitu nimejua Wajaluo mnapenda sana.
Sisi. Before the mzungu called it cream spinach, tulikuwa nayo.
Nakanga kama ziwa pale, sijui mnaifanyia nini.
Unaiwacha kidogo inakaa kidogo.
Yes.
Well, that one we've had for a long time, and that one tunafanya na even some of the traditional vegetables.
Yeah.
In fact, when you get one that has been prepared properly.
Yeah.
Stories za nyama na nini.
Hata utaki.
No. Itaribu story. That in itself is a delightful meal.
Actually ukiweka nyama ama uweke chochote kile inaharibu flavor.
No. Sasa umeharibu. You don't mix that.
Right.
You una kwanza ukipata unga ambao kuna mtama ndani kidogo, kuna mahindi kidogo, kuna mwogo kwa mbali. Bako umeanza kusalivate
kuna mhogo.
Bwana we hiyo upate na hiyo
inamaliza.
La.
Bas. Ushasema.
Mwisho wa mawazo bwana.
Ushasema. Kama nilivyowaambia hapo awali, it is the 10th day of April and this is what is significant about this day, A plane crash in Smolensk, Russia in 2010 kills Polish president Lech Kaczynski and 95 others, including many high-ranking officials. There are a couple of people, high-ranking officials all over the world that have died in plane crashes. And when a presidential plane goes down, it's never a usual occurrence.
No, it isn't. And conspiracy theories go to town on it.
Yes.
And they opine on it, and they give all manner of interesting views as to what they think actually happened. Oh yes, it's a field day for them.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so 2010, that is what happened. A crash in Smolensk, Russia, killed Polish President Lech Kaczynski and 95 others, including many high-ranking officials. And of course, a president travels with very many officials, from his government and perhaps even other governments. We're talking about envoys and so on and so forth. That was sad. 2010. This is a very recent occurrence. All right.
And if you're talking about people who have been killed in plane crashes, there was a UN Secretary General called Hamachov. I'm trying to remember his name.
Right.
He was from the Scandinavian countries. We've had people who've died, very, very notable people who've died in plane crashes.
Okay.
And there are those who say that the death of those individuals represented a certain turning point in the history
of the country.
Yes, or
of the world.
Yes, actually true. Or in what they represented.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, plane crashes have this finality to them.
There's a plane that disappeared some time back. It was, if I'm not wrong, it was either an Airbus or a Boeing.
Right in those areas of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, actually yes. When it disappeared from radar, they did the usual things. They did a search. Hawakuipata. Then a couple of months later, they found it in China. It had been taken apart, and it is rumored that the Chinese replicated that said aircraft.
Conspiracy?
It is not conspiracy. Like it was reported all over the world. It was reported by the likes of CNN, Al Jazeera, BBC. Think of all those international media houses.
So they found the plane in China?
They found the plane in China.
How did they find the plane in China?
It's because they did all that satellite thing that they do.
Kuna transponder.
Yeah, transponder ilikuwa imezimika initially, na ikazimika kabisa na hiyo kitu ikapotea. Until imagery showed it at some industrial park. It had been taken apart, or rather it was in the process of being taken apart. And then a few years after that image was discovered, China released a plane very similar to that Boeing or that Airbus. Yeah, and it is currently one of the largest carriers in the subcontinent of China. Yeah.
The SG that I was telling you about was called Dag Hammarskjöld.
Secretary General, eh?
He was the second Secretary General of the United Nations.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. He was traveling to actually negotiate a peace deal in the Congo crisis. But his plane crashed near Ndola, somewhere near Zambia.
Do they know why it crashed? It was just mechanical problems. Because he was going to, what, you said the Congo?
Yes, there was a peace crisis in Congo.
And it has always been.
There has
always been a problem there, but yes.
What he was going to do, there was, should you say, a war going on. I'm calling it a war between the UN forces and the Katangese troop. Katanga is a province in DRC.
Okay.
Yes. These are the things that later led to the death of... the death of Patrice had already occurred.
Yes.
Death has this amazing ability of unearthing things that ordinarily you would never even have thought of or considered. Like now, you see, I had not thought of this until you mentioned it.
Yes.
Now, 15 other people died in that plane crash as well.
People that he had traveled with for that particular peace mission.
Yes.
Okay.
And what they did was, after he had died, posthumously, they awarded him the Nobel Peace Prize.
Okay.
But he was a second.
Second gen of the UN.
Yes. Highly thought of and highly regarded.
Sawa sawa. Tupatie medali yetu ya leo sitting.
Right.
Bado tuko Nairobi, Kenya.
Sisi iko Kenya. Para Nairobi.
Kenya.
We are in Kenya.
Tuko Kenya.
Right.
All right. So ya leo imetoka Samburu?
No. Ya leo yatoka Kenya too. I told it's going to be in Kiswahili.
Right.
Because how do I start from one committee and move to the other, and we have 42 of them?
True.
Tricky.
Actually, I think we have now like 44.
For Christmas, probably let's make it 45 so that when we get there, we already got there before then.
All right. Okay.
Kufanikiwa maishani, unahitaji vitu viwili, ujinga na ujasiri.
Kufanikiwa maishani, unahitaji vitu viwili. Ujinga
na ujasiri.
So you need, ujasiri is courage.
Courage, yes.
Right? Ujinga is stupidity.
Yes, it
foolishness. All right. But ni ukweli, if you think about it philosophically, when you are ukiwa mjinga, ukiwa foolish, ukiwa stupid,
ukikosa fahamu kwa njia fulani,
ni kumaanisha uko tayari kupokea mawaidha, uko tayari kupokea maagizo, uko tayari kupokea knowledge.
Ndio.
Si ndio?
Ndio.
Kumaanisha
unaelewa una upungufu,
so na unakubali kufunzwa.
Na unakubali kujaliza ili kutojua ipungue, sio?
Unasema mimi sijui. Kwa hivyo nifunzeni, niambieni tunafanyaje.
Yes.
So una gain that knowledge.
Yes.
Alafu ujasiri, that courage, bravado nini will help you forge forward. Chapo nimefikiria.
Manze umefikiria sana kama watu 10 hivi.
Juu nimekubali kuwa mjinga bro.
Ndio hivyo.
Nimekubali kukuwa mjinga.
Umekubali
kukuwa fala.
Kuwa fala.
But nimeipenda hiyo city yenu nao.
Umeipenda?
Nimeipenda sana hiyo.
Asante sana bana.
Methali zote tumaifunzwa shuleni, hata hiyo sijawahi sikia.
Kweli
Kulikuwa na kitabu kingine tukiwa shule, it had methalis, Swahili methalis. And I remember that book was green. So in our class we were about 40 and we were allowed to cram as many methalis as possible. So the teacher would get up one day and start and say, fungeni vitabu zenu, put everything on the desk. I want you to give me a methali each. Anaanzia uko mbele. So watu uko mbele wanasema the usual methalis. Mkufu huu sijui watu wanasema. Ukitaka cha mvunguni sharti uiname. Wewe umeketi huku, you are probably number 30 in the class in terms of arrangement. Zishaisha.
Zile ambao ulikuwa unajua zinatajwa zote.
Zimeenda zote. So the teacher beats you thinking that you're stupid, but you're not stupid. Mabesto wako wamesema all the 7 that you had crammed.
Alikukataza kuketi mbele, alikuwa nani?
Hakuna.
Basi.
But mbona asianzie side nyingine? Ama siku moja anzie tu katikati aseme, "Mbuvi, give me a methali." I'll tell him the usual.
But by then you'll have figured out the way teachers function.
Kuishi kwingi kuna mengi.
Yes. Bandu isha gogoni.
Si ndio hiyo sasa?
Yes. Ati bandu hu?
Bandu. Punde si punde ni punda. So by the time ufikiwe you're out of methalis, and then
sio methali hiyo.
Of course si methali. Punde si punda, hiyo si methali tafadhali.
Yes.
So by the time mwalimu anakufikia you're clobbered for nothing. So you have to cram some other kinds of methalis that your classmates probably have never thought of. So unaanza kusoma kitabu kutoka huku nyuma. So it was a crazy time I lived in. I hope my children are not going through that currently. Attend salimia watu wawili before we get into radiogeneration.co.ke. Douglas Kibugong, good morning. You're saying, morning city, Paul, ask Edna to invite Professor Lanyangapua. But it's Lonyangapua, right?
No.
Okay. To hear him on county governance. Okay, Douglas, I'm sure producer Mayona. Amesema city, do you know that here in Australia, a student walks away from a classroom at her pleasure? Did you know that?
I did.
All right.
But that's the same in most universities.
Okay. I mean, in a university, yes.
You can walk out, even here in Kenya, just so that you know.
Yeah, in a university, yes.
You can walk out.
You can walk out of class.
In a secondary school?
In a primary school. Try that. Yeah. And then Morris and Date amesema, good morning, my people. Samuel Maina amesema, hello, people with city's good memory. Tell him about Karaoke Chotara. Karaoke Chotara nani?
Karaoke Chotara bwana siasa fulani.
Okay.
Inasemekana kwamba the late mzee Jomo Kenyatta alipokuwa korokoroni, what gave Karaoke Chotara his infamy was he had tried to harm the president when he was a prisoner.
Yeah.
But he was a counselor. Okay? And why he was called Karaoke Chotara?
Yes.
There was evidence that he was of mixed race.
Okay.
Yes,
so Chotara is a pointee. Okay.
Derogatory.
Chotara is a derogative.
Yeah, mtu akuita Chotara.
Amekutukana hapo.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So it was not that he was called a Chotara because it was a term of endearment. No, it wasn't. But he was a counselor, if I remember correctly.
Right.
But a politician within the environs of Nakuru.
Okay. Which is the other race? He was half black, half what?
Half white.
Okay. All right.
He but he was very fundamental in the Change the Constitution movement. the people who had wanted to change the constitution. At that time, it was said they wanted to prevent Moi from ascending to the seat of the presidency in the event that Jomo Kenyatta passed. Jomo Kenyatta had been ailing for some time.
Yeah, I remember actually you gave us that story.
Yes. So Akina Chautara were among that group of people
who didn't want.
No, who it is said did not want Moi to ascend
to power.
Yes.
Okay.
So they were in that change the constitution move, which was ground to a halt by the late Charles Njonjo, who said that there was an article in the constitution that nobody had considered, that even if you contemplate the dying of a president, contemplate treason, people went zip,
wakanyamaza, walikumbushwa that this is Kenya. Okay.
As I said, the story died.
Okay. Morrison Dati ameandika message akadelete. Peter Joran pia ameandika akadelete. Oh, but Peter ameandika hivi. Good morning, great people. Friday is here, and unfortunately we'll be taking a break from this wonderful class. Anyway, enjoy your weekend, my people. Peter Joran, don't worry. This show is going to be on YouTube forever. So once you relax and you have time, you can rewatch it. All right. Douglas Kibogonga amesema Edna Prof was my principal in Chepkoilel campus. We called him Manyangapoa. Manyangapoa. Alanda amesema, good morning, good people. A few years back, the leader of Wagner Group also lost his life in a plane disaster. Yeah, that was it last year or the year before that? But yes, Orlando, these things happen.
Those plane crashes, especially.
Yeah.
Those areas of Siberia and Russia. There was a plane that the Russians had crafted.
Yes.
It competed with the Concorde. It was called the Tu-144. Okay? It also crashed somewhere in Siberia.
Yes.
And that brought to a close the story of the supersonic planes. Remember, the Concorde was just retired.
Yeah.
Okay? When it took off from Toulouse to New York. Brother, that plane broke the sound barrier.
Yeah.
Why they retired it? There's a story around it. That's a story for another day. But the Russians had an equivalent. What am I trying to say? The area of that area of Siberia and the environs, I'm told the weather is harsh throughout the year.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So plane crashes there. It's just that there are so many, and because Russia at that particular point in time was closed, you didn't have reports of how many plane crashes there were. But there are those who argue there were many.
Yeah.
Okay. The Tu-144 was among the planes. One of the Tu-144s.
Okay.
That actually had an accident in that part of the world.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll go read up on that Tu-144. You called it?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. There's a place in Siberia called Yakuts. Yakutia is one of the coldest places on earth.
Yani, morning cold, midday cold, evening cold, winter very cold.
You take hot boiling water, you pour it like this, it comes out as ice. That's how cold it is.
Baridi sana.
Sana.
And the strange thing is there are people who live there.
Actually, they thrive. www.radiogeneration.co.ke. That's where we are right now. City Hall gives 100 acres as Ruto launches 2 billion annual waste plan for Nairobi. Now, speaking during a special address to the Nairobi County Assembly.
We need to look for people in the county government to tell us about this. The waste plant, what it is that they're talking about, what it's going to do, and who the partners, because we are partnering with someone.
Yeah.
Who these partners are.
Yes.
Yes.
So speaking during a special address to the Nairobi City County Assembly on Thursday, April 9th, Ruto said the plan will rely on new infrastructure, including a material recovery facility and transfer stations distributed across different parts of the city. Yeah, so Nairobi is staring rather at a major shift in how it handles basic services after President William Ruto rolled out a broad city upgrade plan targeting waste collection, roads, lighting, water supply, and sanitation, with both county and national governments committing to work together on delivery. Is this part of the 80 billion deal that they have with Nairobi County?
I do not know.
No. I guess we shall find out. Yeah. Tuone, what else is here? From police stops to hospital queues where Kenyans say bribery is unavoidable. Hospital queues. Even in hospital, we are bribing. Who are we bribing in OC?
To jump the queue.
Now, for many Kenyans, accessing basic public services is no longer just about paperwork or waiting time. It is often about whether one can afford an extra unofficial payment to be served. A new national survey now lays bare where these demands are most common, showing a pattern of bribery tied closely to key government services that citizens rely on most. The Kenya National Gender and Corruption Survey of 2025 shows that corruption is concentrated in specific sectors where citizens have little choice and must interact directly with public officers. These are mainly areas where services are urgent, procedures are complex, or delays are common. All right, so it makes sense when you're queuing at a hospital.
Does it?
You're in pain. No, I'm just saying. When now, after reading this, it kind of makes sense what that statement was all about early on. Because we're saying from police stops to hospital queues, where Kenyans say bribery is unavoidable. There's a time I took my cousin to Kenyatta National Hospital.
Cousin brother or cousin sister?
Cousin sister. Tulika pale bro. Yeah? We stayed for almost 2 hours and the queue wasn't long. It wasn't that we had to do at 75 people before us. No. It was just maybe maximum 5. But you know, a doctor will take his time attending to a patient because they need to ascertain where the problem is. Utaona tu mtu haraka kuja kwambia no na shingo mwambia yako ni jino and ungoloe meno. No, you have got to take time with the patient, ask them questions, do observations, send them for lab tests and so on and so forth. So it does take time when you go to a hospital. Ndio maana unaambiangwa kwa mfano ukienda hospitali man, you need to like consider taking the whole day off. Private hospitals usually don't have this problem because you'll find that they have a lot of doctors on call at any given time. So utapata unasaidika. Lakini this is a public where 58 million of us want to access. Is a problem, man. But sasa unabribe alafu unarukishwa queue. Unalipa nani? Unalipa nurse, unalipa receptionist.
Is it that story has given us details of how this happens? Or are they going to allow us to just keep speculating?
I mean, I can continue reading, but it's
lengthy.
It's not even about it being lengthy, but it's kind of obvious. Of course, someone is calling that money on behalf of the doctor or on behalf of the hospital. Okay.
Or on behalf of themselves.
Yeah. Anakwambia fanya hivi, leta 500 uende criticize. So when your name is big, because they usually call you out, they say, Siti Muga, then Siti Naswama. So if you had 10 people before you, you suddenly find yourself being called next.
Right. Right.
So they're saying where systems are complex and accountability is weak, corruption thrives.
How the system? What's complex about that system?
Which system?
Your hospitality.
It's really not complex. I mean, you
so get there. Zile vitu za bank wewe unafinya kitu unapewa kanio. So it's automated.
No unangoja.
Yule haya atakuita tu.
Sasa shida ni unaona wewe uko namba E177 and probably someone who's over there is A106. So you probably figure you are a couple of tens of people, dozens of people before they reach
this
you.
Little detail, chief. Ukitaka kuhudumiwa na mapema, kwenda mapema.
Lakini mkifika nyinyi wote mapema?
It rarely happens.
Sawa.
And the hospital service are 24 hours, just so that ushike.
Yes.
Inakuwaga hivyo.
Even Kenyatta?
24 hours, bwana.
If I go there at 3 a.m., I'll find a gynecologist?
Yes. 24 hours, bwana.
If I go there at 2 a.m., sorry.
24 hours.
Can I finish asking my question?
Yes, 24 hours. Okay, go on, ask your question.
If I go there at 2 a.m., will I find a dentist?
Paul, why don't you require dental services?
At 2 a.m.?
Yeah, and then go to Kenyatta, then come back and give me a report. So.
Okay. All right. I really don't have to require services. We can just like do a spot check 2 a.m. and see if there's a dentist, if there's an ENT.
But if you go to the hospital with a dental problem at 2 a.m., your problem is really severe.
Yeah.
People normally wait until the following morning before they do that.
Take some painkillers and then wait.
Yeah, it's a painkiller will sort out the problem. Okay. But you are bleeding.
Yeah.
You are in an accident.
You'll find an ER doctor.
Let me tell you. Hospitals, level 4, ikienda juu, 24 hours, bro.
Sawa. Siti nimekuget. So nikitaka Gaina at 2 a.m. nitamget.
That's why they are called, you're stuck on this Gaina thing, but that is the reason why, my friend, they're called essential services.
Sawa.
Nimekuget,
bro.
Kama hii
ni essential. Lakini utapata mtu studio 2 a.m.
And kwa hizi hapa kuna, lakini there are places where you'll find people at 2 a.m.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. You can also check out this as a story. 4 sentenced to death in case linked to killing of Kabete MP George Mushai. Kenyan in the United States.
After all this time, ndio jamaa anashikwa.
Ndio amekuwa sentenced to death, let me just read out their names, What began as a string of violent night robberies tied to the 2015 killing of former Kabete MP George Mushai has now ended in court, with 4 accused persons receiving death sentences after a Nairobi court ruled on a long-running criminal case built on extensive evidence and multiple witness accounts. Chief Magistrate Lucas Onyina on Thursday delivered the judgment after finding 6 people guilty of offences linked to armed robberies that happened on the nights of Feb 6th and 7th, 2015. The court heard that the attacks left victims losing property worth 1.1 million, including vehicles, mobile phones, a laptop, a gas cylinder, and cash. The court sentenced Eric Munyera, Raphael Kimani, Mustafa Kimani, and Stephen Asitiva to death after convicting them on the main charge of robbery with violence. Jane Wanjiru and Margaret Njeri were each sentenced to 10 years in prison after being found guilty of unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. While issuing the sentence, Magistrate Onyina said the court had considered mitigation requirements, or rather mitigation arguments, from defense lawyers, submissions from the Director of Public Prosecutions, pre-sentencing reports, and the period the accused had already spent in custody since their arrest. The court noted that all 6 convicts had pleaded for leniency and were treated as first offenders since no previous criminal records were presented against them. The time they had spent in remand during the trial was also taken into account. But nonetheless, wamehukumiwa kunyongwa. Ndio siku nyingine ukumbuke ya kwamba si vizuri kufanya mambo kama haya, au sio? Let's check out what's happening as far as your traffic is concerned. Are you stuck? You can let us know, by the way, so that we can tell the rest of the country. But here is your traffic update. Ngong Road inakaa iko sawa sawa, haina stress yote. Ninaangalia hapa hilio sehemu yote, Haile Selassie Avenue, that enclosure also connecting Douglas Wakihuri, coming all the way to Raila Odinga Way. Hiyo barabara yote, Hospital Road, Mara Road, Rigati Road, huko kote kuko sawa. Kilimani Estate, tukiangalia sehemu za Muringa, this is Ring Road, Kilimani, Chania Avenue, Kayawe Road, Suguta Road, Kikambala, Gitanga. Those spaces are actually very clear right now. Tukienda sehemu za Kibra, we're looking at Ngong Road yote imeenda kule Otiende, kule Onyonka Estate yote ni Langata, hiyo yote iko sawa sawa kwa sasa. Alafu tukiangalia the entirety of Langata Road stretching back all the way to Galleria Mall and into Karen, Mkofiti. Tukienda upande huu mwingine wa Magari Road, that is heading towards End Living Ongata Rongai. Everything is looking good at this particular hour. Checking out Thika Super Highway. Before we get to Thika Super Highway, hapa kuna barabara nyingine inakaa mbaya. This is Haile Selassie. So this is the CBD. CBD is jam-packed at this particular hour. Looks like all of you have descended there. So Tomboya Street, jam-packed. Haile Selassie yenyewe, jam-packed. Landis Road, not looking bad. But this is, where is this? Kenneth Matiba Road, bumper to bumper. Tomboya Street, bumper to bumper. Latema Road, basically CBD, ni kugwan kudanger. If we zoom out and we check out, where is this? Mombasa County. Mombasa County is not looking bad at this particular hour. Watu wa kule Mazeras, hamna shida yoyote. Likoni, naona hakuna shida yoyote. Hapa ni wapi? Makupa kule, barabara ziko swafi. Nyali kule, swafi. Kongo where hiyo barabara yote, Links Road, iko sawa. Ukiona chochote barabarani, why don't you let us know via our social media spaces?
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Okay. They're saying here, Osotsi pressure kwa Omolo. Kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka na viongozi wengine wamtembelea Senator Godfrey Osotsi katika Karen Hospital alikolazwa baada ya kuvamiwa Kisumu. Picha ndogo juu ni ya katibu katika Wizara ya Usalama Raymond Omolo, na yeye amewekwa kwenye spoti na pressure kwake to find out what exactly transpired in Kisumu that led to the attack on the senator. Idara ya ujasusi DCI ya wakamata washukiwa 3 wakuu katika uvamizi wa seneta wa Vihiga jijini Kisumu mnamo Jumatano. ODM pia ya laani uhuni huo uliomwacha kiongozi huyo na majeraha mabaya, huku viongozi wa upinzani wakimshinikiza vikali katibu Raymond Omolo ajiuzulu. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 2. But so these 3 suspects, will they lead to anything? Ama they will take this situation to the grave, like people like saying.
But the question is, if they have been arrested,
yes,
it means they were involved. If they were involved,
yeah,
the understanding of, if I understand your question correctly, there is the allegation that there may have been other people who are giving them those directions, which means that you are assuming that these are people who cannot think of taking actions on their own. Okay? The thing about this particular enterprise called Gungsterism is that there are people who want to make a name for themselves, and they will look for opportunities.
For sure.
Where they can break ground and demonstrate that they are able to do the things that are required of that particular line of work. And what we are reading here could be very well one of them. The allegation that somebody gave them instructions to go and beat up Osotsi is far-fetched in this instance. Far-fetched because, one, what is it about Osotsi that is threatening? What is it about Osotsi that makes him a target? What is it?
So can I wear my conspiracy cap on?
I want you to wear 3 conspiracy hats now.
Okay. Yes. So this is my thinking, that because where Mheshimiwa was, it was a restaurant.
Public place.
Yes. But someone must have been either trailing him na akaambia watu, okay, yule jamaa ako pale, so it's time to attack. These were not some random people just walking in the streets of Kisumu, and then they were like, hey, ule sini Mheshimiwa? Sini and then they were a large group, about 10 people or so. So these are guys who had been sent, and they, because 10 people cannot just decide to come and club a UCT. One person can decide to do it, 2 people can decide, because one person can influence this other one. Anasema umse kona deni yangu, let's go deal with him, you know. But by the time you're including 3, 4, 5, 10, hiyo ni kitu mumetumwa mfanye.
Okay, let me give you a scenario so that you understand it. If you go to Kisumu International Airport on a daily basis, you can tell when politicians are arriving in town by the large number of young people who will be at the airport, dressed with hoodies, jeans, just the way young people dress.
Right.
Very many. Some of these young people are said to be associated with certain politicians, or certain political leaders, certain people in high office. And you'll see them congregating around these people. Some of them come in cars, 3 or 4 cars, and when these individuals arrive and start leaving, they are bundled into this vehicle, these young men, and they drive away with these people. But there are always people at the airport who will know which so-called Mheshimiwa has arrived. So the information of this particular Mheshimiwa arriving, yes, would have been known, number 1. Number 2, the thing you must bear in mind is that Kisumu Airport is the gateway to that region. Whether you come from Vihiga, whether you come from Busia, whether you come from Kakamega, people will land at Kisumu International Airport. And many of these young people are associated with politicians in that region. Many of these young people are associated with ODM. Okay? So, if there is something to be said, and these young people have leaders, it's not just some random group. They are leaders. And if they have leaders, then it means there are people whom whoever requires the services can go to request the specific service that they want from these young people. So in that regard, you would be right. But the issue of attacking Osotsi, that in my mind wasn't planned not just for Osotsi. I think it was planned for anybody who was seen to be in opposition to what certain people would like to see happening. In my opinion, I said this even yesterday.
Yeah.
I said this thing is political. Okay. Now, if you know anything about that group or individuals of that sort,
right,
there are people who see opportunities, and that was my angle of discussion.
Okay.
An opportunity to make a name for themselves. All right. There was a time when it was perceived that this gentleman called Tuju was against Raila Odinga. It was difficult for him to even step into Kisumu.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you must understand that Kisumu was the home of very many gangs over time. Okay. Now these gangs have morphed as one age group, sort of like there's morphs, gets old, dies away, another one comes in. Okay. And they have morphed to the point where the group that is now in force were a much younger people when the two previous groups were actually alive and well and thriving.
Okay.
In the KANU days, there were groups that were there. After KANU, in the interim, there are groups that were there. They were called Marine. There is a group now that call themselves China. Yes, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And China are the dominant gang in Kisumu right now.
All right.
So if you're talking about who, you should ask, who are they associated with? Or who do they associate themselves with? And you'll find it is politicians.
Okay. Yeah. Douglas Kibogonga ameniambia, Paul, get this wisdom from CT. All right, Douglas, I've gotten it. CT unajua ni mwenyeji wako pia eh?
Yes.
Okay.
Ni kaunti yangu hiyo.
Ni kweli. So I mean we'll know what watatu wakishaenda kotini when the investigations are completed. I'm sure we'll know because this story is now of public interest.
Oh, it is immensely of public interest.
Tutaambiwa vizuri tena sana.
And we will want to know why it is some people are pointing fingers at Raymond Omolo. Why?
But this is not the first time Raymond Omolo has been mentioned or associated with insecurity in that area. I think it was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. There were questions around that Sangwenya story. Remember the Sangwenya story I was telling you? Sangwenya, I'm saying it correctly.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, this is one thing you can get wrong and it is okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so watu walianza kuuliza mbona Raymond Omolo is not doing something about it. Yeah, so they're not blaming him for the insecurity. They're not saying that he's the one who's providing these Sangwenyas, but they were asking questions around the fact that, you know, he comes from the general area. So
he comes from Luo land.
Yeah.
But doesn't come from that county. I would ask the question, are there police officers in that area? Are there DCI officers in that area? Do they have an OCS? Do they have an OCPD? Do they have a commander? I wouldn't go to the PS directly.
Yes.
Why would I?
Sasa, hiyo ndio shida. Because of his last name being Omolo. Ndio maana wanasema, bro, there's no way you can be the PS of Interior, in charge of security of this country, and then your backyard is having these kinds of issues.
For me, it is tragic, and I felt very sad about this. Very, very sad on 3 accounts. One, that this gentleman had to be attacked because of ostensibly a political position that he has taken. But more for me that this goon culture that had more or less dissipated over time was now creeping back in.
Yeah.
That for me is tragic because it means that people will die. If you see this now, it means when we have an election period, the violence that will be perpetrated will be immense. And people will die needlessly. And even before then, when people campaign, there'll be violence and people will die. And it's needless. So, unfortunately, the senator was attacked. But this should ring the alarm bells. And security forces should start dealing with any grouping that is referred to as a gang now. Because if they don't, when we get electioneering period, very many innocent people will be harmed. And
that is why the headline here is saying, Osotsi, alama ile ya doc, pressure kwa Omolo. The real issue, who is this Osotsi? Well, Osotsi is a senator in the Kenyan in the Kenyan Senate.
Is a Kenyan
senator from Vihiga.
Yes.
Yes. Morris and that anasema Osotsi is a human being, a Kenyan citizen with the right to go anywhere and be at any place. Yes, Morris and Dati, you're very right. Kiini cha Ruto kukwamilia mlima. Raisi ana matumaini atapata kura eneo hilo linaloonekana kuegemea upande wa upinzani. kurasa wa 4 wanasema utapata hiyo taarifa hapo. Sababu ya wazee kusahau, jua kwa nini wakongwe hupoteza kumbukumbu kila mara katika jarida la Pambo. Alafu katika michezo, Barcelona na Liverpool mahututi. Miamba hao wa Ulaya wapigwa na Atletico na PSG katika duru ya kwanza ya UEFA. Atletico Madrid ilitandika Barcelona, my guy. Ilikuwa mbaya sana. Oburu afuata nyayo za Raila kisiasa. Naye awapokea wageni mashuhuri ofisini Power jinsi sawia na Raila akiwa hai. Okay.
Story ya Power mazee itaisha sio?
Haiendi pali. County bingwa kwa hongo za fichuliwa. Kakamega yashika nafasi ya kwanza kama ngome ya hongo ili kupata huduma au kazi. Hiyo iko katika ukurasa wa pili. The Nairobian front page. Likes and lust. Love struck Gen Z's eye female MPs. Allah. Small boys, big moves. They slide into inboxes without fear, shooting their shots at Mhesh with confidence and sometimes even land dates. Fueled by social media bravado and shifting gender dynamics, this new wave of daring Gen Z boys is challenging long-held norms around power, respect, and relationships. What some see as harmless fun, others view as a growing cultural shift, redefining romance in the digital age. Welcome to the brave new world of young men chasing powerful women. You'll find that one on pages 4 and 5. Gospel of deception. How Mzungu pastor lured over 100 Kisii women. Yeah? How Mzungu pastor did what? Lured over 100 Kisii women. Edna, umesoma hiyo? Iko page 7 of the Nairobian. Ndakupatia gazeti usome. Artist's job offer turns dark as colleague alleges rape ordeal. That story is on page 8. Halle Berry to shoot movie red card at Kenya's Masai Mara. Hii si mara ya kwanza Masai Mara imekuwa kwa the box office. Shut door, why teens retreat into their rooms during school holidays. You'll find the full story on pages 22 and 23. Mystery in turbans, inside the secret life of Mihiriga Kenda. That story is on page 14 and 15. The Standard front page. Bitok grade 11 storm. Book wars is what they're calling it. A fierce internal battle at the Ministry of Education has halted 7 billion shillings textbook tender, putting next year's grade 11 rollout at risk. Award letters remain unsigned, timelines are slipping, and publishers warn any restart could derail supply, exposing the government to lawsuits and leaving schools unprepared. Should we even delve into this story? Because we were just talking about textbooks a couple of days ago. But anyway, we're going to be hosting Boaz Waruku today. We'll definitely look at some of these issues. But part of what they're saying here's the timeline. So in August of last year, formal invitation to submit materials. And then in November, submissions notification to publishers. Then still in November, deadline for submissions of proposals. And then in December, expected release of evaluation results. Then we do have in the same December, deadline for appeals. Then January this year, KICD to respond to appeals. Feb of this year, submission of corrected copies. Then a few days later, official results release date. This is per KICD. And then between February 20th and April 30th, printing and publishing window. And then in May to July, we shall have the distribution or rather to schools. Now, according to this, guess what? There has been no even formal invitation, no submissions of notification to publishers, and basically nothing has taken off. Na kwa sababu hiyo, you remember that problem we had earlier this year?
Which one?
Textbooks, which I don't think has been resolved yet. Yeah, it's going to repeat itself next year. So watoto wa grade 10 wenye wako grade 10 saizi wenye hawana textbooks, next year pia za grade 11 hawatakuwa na textbooks. So, over to you, City.
Right. Let's look at the Daily Nation. The Daily Nation again speaks of revealed counties asking for fat bribes. That's bang in the middle of the paper. In politics, facing Mount Kenya, Ruto's rigorous riddle. President William Ruto is digging against the rising hostility in Mount Kenya, where his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua is leading a growing rebellion. So says the Nation. 3 arrested over Sotsi attack. Mo Sot, the director of criminal investigations, announced that 3 suspects linked to the attack on Senator Godfrey Osotsi are in custody, even as pressure piled for more arrests, including of masterminds. Okay, goody. But the story that caught my attention is actually on page 6.
All right.
Why Treasury wanted KRA chief to leave. Yes. Why Treasury wanted KRA chief to leave.
That is the Nani General.
Watanga, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Is he called the Director General?
He's called Director General.
Okay.
Okay, the Kenya Revenue Authority, Commissioner General Humphrey Watanga refused to quit despite pressure from the National Treasury, a stand that pushed the taxman's board of directors to dismiss him on Wednesday evening. The authority yesterday said Mr. Tanga removal was immediate. Hours after his removal from the corner office at Times Tower, President William Ruto nominated Mr. Watanga as High Commissioner to South Africa. A source at the board told the Daily Nation that Mr. Watanga rejected the push by Treasury for him to resign. Lillian Nyawanda, the Commissioner of Customs and Border Control at KRA, named the interim head. There are those who argue that one of the reasons why he was removed was because he had refused or he was reluctant to push the digitalization process, which, according to these people, would have ensured higher revenue collection. Everything that is written here is besides the point. I'm giving an opinion. I would like to know why this man was removed. What did someone want him to do, and what did he refuse to do? That is my question.
And the moment he stepped down, he was appointed ambassador.
Immediately. Because the decisions that are made by the Commissioner General, it's not he wakes up in the morning and doodles on a paper and says, this is what we're going to do. No. They are informed decisions. This is the master plan. This is what we want to do. This is how we're going to go about it. He simply speaks of it, but it's not as though he's the one who decided this is what we're going to do. It doesn't work like that.
I mean, he spearheads the policy that has already been in need.
Yes. And there are things he found there, which he simply continued. There are things that have been suggested which are new, and there's a board as well. So it can't be that this one individual was standing in the way of all these things, and that he is being presented
and
as
he was refusing the digitization of the services.
No.
And yet the president has actually been saying that we are going to be a digital first economy.
I'm trying to say that what has been documented here is besides the point. I would really like to know why this man has been removed.
And if he was that bad, I mean, the president wouldn't appoint him to a different position.
It was a competitive position. Okay? The time this man was given that job, it's not as though, one, he didn't have a job elsewhere. He did.
Exactly.
And it isn't as though he didn't know what he was doing. He did. So all this time, are they suggesting that this is what has been happening and they've had enough of him and they're pushing him out? I don't think so. What is happening at KRA? What is happening at KRA?
Where? All right.
Right, let's look at the Business Daily, shall we? CAK deal approval unlocks 25 billion investment. CAK is a competition authority of Kenya.
Yes.
They have approved mergers and acquisitions, deals valued at 25 billion. That's good for us. You know, this matter in the Middle East is benefiting us immensely. How? According to the Business Daily, an easy US-Iran truce adds Nairobi browse 101 billion Kenyan shillings. Investors are coming to Kenya.
Okay.
They're coming where?
To Kenya.
Right. In the live section, there is a story of a gentleman called Vincent Ragwe. Or is it? No, it's not. He's an African. It can't be Reg. It's Ragwe. Okay? Yes.
Reg like rogue.
Yes. No, that can't be. It's
so I don't know.
Vincent Ragwe. Vincent Ragwe is a man who's had a sterling career. He started with the Central Bank of Kenya, trained Citibank in Athens, NatWest in London. God Almighty, climbed through World Bank's IFC, became Africa's first regional director for Southern Africa, set up the Johannesburg office, and the story goes on and on and on and on and on. Sterling.
Okay.
History. Raila petrol firm gets share of G2G fuel deal. A firm associated with the family of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga has emerged as one of the beneficiaries of the fuel deals under the supply contract between the government and 3 Gulf-based companies. BE Energy, where Odinga family has 35%, is among the select oil marketers that have in recent months imported fuel under the lucrative G2G deal. Okay?
Okay.
So G2G, yani, this one we have to look into it. I don't understand it.
Tutaita nani tena hapa alikuja akatuambia historia ya mafuta.
Kuna wataalamu hizi vitu watakuja watuambie.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
In the intelligence section, there's a principle in commerce, in the governance, that favorable terms once squandered are rarely recovered in the same condition. This is a quote attributed to Jaindi Kisero. Let's look at the Star newspaper.
Let's.
In the news, Trump says no to funding Kenyans' sex life and male cut. What are you? What?
Come again.
Trump says no
intended.
to funding Kenyans' sex life and male cut. Male cut is voluntary medical male circumcision.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Sawa, tumesikia. News. Mudavadi. Africa must prepare for new global order. Okay. Let me quote you. Ashasema. Right. Magistrates receive high. Yeah, there's a grammar here, spelling mistake. But let me read it all the same. They've written magistrate receive. No, it's magistrates receive highest bribe at 165K as more men bribe police. Magistrates receive the highest average cash bribe of any public official, with a new report indicating they get an average of 164,367 shillings. This is even as police officers remain the most frequently bribed, according to a new survey by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. The Kenya National Gender and Corruption Survey, released by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, also reveals that gender divide in who pays bribes and to whom. Okay?
I remember Bishop Oginde yesterday was giving that report at the Danish embassy. And one of the things that he was saying is that we have more female judges than men. If I remember that Nini well, we have more female judges, and he said that a lot of male law practitioners are lawyers as opposed to being judges. But yeah, then now he went on to give that figure of 160-something thousand as the average bribe given.
Unafika kwa magistrate kabla hujafika kwa judge.
So akasema hiyo pesa, my friend, inakuanga hapo, lakini unajua hizi pesa zinakuanga hivyo kwa sababu if you're probably looking at a sentence where you're going to be jailed for several years. 160,000 is nothing compared to that.
Those who speak on these matters from positions of anonymity and some from the position of supposed authority,
yes,
say that usually it is easier to pay and to talk about bribery when you are dealing with economic issues, because it could go either way.
Yes,
but where it is of a criminal nature, it can get tricky.
Yeah.
Because upon appeal, it can get really, really hairy. Kenya telcos lose 354 million in SMS revenues over 3 months. Kenya telecommunication firms are facing a costly disruption as SMS, once a core revenue stream, continues to decline even as overall mobile usages rise. Latest sector data shows total SMS traffic dropped to 114 billion messages in the final quarter of 2025, down from 14 billion, down from 14.7 billion. Now it's 14.4 billion. So it has dropped. And as it drops, money has also dropped. Bang in the middle of the paper.
People still write SMSs.
Yes, they do. Auditor General says debt in question has not been serviced for the last 3 years. 10 billion bad loans sink youth women fund. One of the things we're talking about, women fund,
youth fund, Uwezo fund, yeah,
Hutaweza fund, and so forth.
Wanaotaka fund,
na usijali fund, all those funds.
Ziko na shida.
Iko mingi shida.
Wow.
Pesa panalipwa. There's a risk of the funds being technically insolvent. The fund may be unable to meet its financial obligation as and when that's not the hard. These things This thing it went belly up at the very onset. We heard of billions of shillings being taken in gunny bags. We heard of National Youth Service, God knows projects which never were. The mechanism, but the structure that sets these things in motion was faulty. Because if you're going to lend, you must have a structure of collecting.
Yeah.
They were opaque at best. So this story isn't alarming. It's a confirmation that these processes
hazikuwa na mpangilio.
Yes.
Hazikuwa na mpangilio, hiyo nayo ni kweli. All right, so we're going to take a short break, get into the news, then when we return, of course, tuwasalimie kidogo, then we get into our discussion for today.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A new report by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission shows bribery is still rising in the country, with many Kenyans losing confidence in the government's fight against corruption. The Kenya National Gender and Corruption Survey 2025 reveals that women are more likely to be asked for bribes or even sexual favors, but are less likely to report such cases. The report also shows that more than 98% of those who paid bribes in 2025 did not report the incidents to any authority. The government has announced new measures to end long-standing clashes along the Kitui-Tana River border. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen said police officers will be deployed to 8 stations built by the Kitui County government but have not been in use. Speaking during the launch of new sub-county in Mwingi Central, Murkomen said the move aims to improve security and stop attacks in the troubled region.
Imejengwa na county government ya hapa. Ninajua kwamba wana askari hapo kwa Kaliti na Katumba. Nimeongea na IG, tutaleta form WS ya GSU na RDU wakuja sehemu hiyo ndio wasaidie kufanya patrol.
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is facing sharp criticism from members of parliament over remarks he made on Wednesday. National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has led the condemnation, accusing Gachagua of showing disrespect during the funeral of the late Ol-Kalou Member of Parliament David Kiaraho. Lawmakers are now calling for stricter laws to deal with politicians who spread hate speech, especially during sensitive events like funerals.
It was very callous of Gachagua and the other bearded character to go even without paying any regard to the mourning family and those children, Honorable Speaker, of Honorable Kiaraho, including lying, Honorable Speaker. Somebody even pretending he can lecture the president and pretending he's the one now to allow the president to speak to the people of Mount Kenya.
In that funeral, Mr. Speaker, you, the Speaker, who is the chairperson of the committee that organized that wonderful ceremony, is dressed down politically the way we saw yesterday.
Bungoma Governor Ken Lusaka has fired all members of the County Executive Committee, including the County Secretary and County Attorney. In a statement released Wednesday, Lusaka said the move is meant to improve governance and service delivery. He explained that the decision is within his constitutional powers and is aimed at ensuring efficiency and accountability in county operations. U.S. First Lady Melania Trump made a surprise on-camera statement on Thursday, denying unspecified allegations about her and the late financier Jeffrey Epstein. The 55-year-old former model's remarks at the White House came without prior announcement and with no explanation for why she would bring up the late sex offender Epstein now, Melania gave a categorical denial of all ties to Epstein, with whom her and her husband, President Trump, had previously been photographed on the New York social scene.
I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Nimesema kuna watu ndasalimia, so wacha niwasalimie before I introduce our guest for this particular hour. Tuanze na Samuel Maina saying, hello people with cities, good memory, tell me. We read that one. Ile ya karaoke Chotara. Alafu tuko naye Alano amesema, good morning good people. A few years back, the leader of Wagner Group also lost his life. Hiyo nilisoma. Alex Gioko akasema, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. That is Maya Angelou. Debbie Mora amesema, was cousin brother or cousin sister really necessary? City. Debbie ameuliza hivyo.
Yes, when somebody says cousin, you have to be clear. Was it male or female?
All right.
So that is why I asked, is it cousin brother or cousin sister?
Ingekuwa cousin brother kungekuwa
no,
the outcome ingekuwa.
No. I was just being specific. Because you say cousin, it's vague.
Okay. All right. Good morning, City and Paul. Mayo, good morning. Wanjala, good morning City and Paul, tuning in from Tuda. The real SC, nimekuona hapo umetupigia makofi talking about sour grapes. Douglas Kibogong amesema, he told me to get some wisdom from you. Hiyo tulikuwa tunaongea earlier on. And then Shariki amesema, as the days go by, we become like Haiti more and more. Is it that bad? I swear these Gen Zs are zombies, according to the real SC. Good morning, I'm listening from Rongo, that is George Adimo. Thank you. Nani mwingine sijataja hapa, Shariki nimekutaja. The Kikombe amesema, a reminder, if you blink far too long, you will miss the shadow of the ego when it swoops down to take your chicks. Donge, focus Kenyans, for you cannot blink a billion times in a lifetime. Big Daddy Kula amesema, hello Daniel, all the way from Perth. Well, thank you so much for listening all the way from Perth. Najua kuna watu wa Minnesota na wale wengine wanasikiza kutoka Texas. Tunawakaribisha katika kipindi yetu ya leo. But in studio, like I told you, we have our guest and City's going to be sharing with him our what is it called? Hiyo kitu tunapendanga kushare.
Inaitwa
methali yetu. Policy and Strategy Advisor at Elimu Bora Working Group, that is FM. Field Marshal Boaz Waruku. Boaz, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Uko salama kabisa?
Niko salama sana.
Naona umefika huku kwetu vizuri.
Asante.
Tumeshukuru sana.
Asante sana.
City, you want to share that methali?
Yes.
City, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Allow me to say hi.
For sure.
There's a nephew of mine in Homa Bay who really wanted me to say hi to both of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tumesalimika sana.
Na tumeshukuru sana. Anaitwa nani?
Geoffrey Achieng.
Geoffrey, thank you for the salams. They're well received. Yes.
Kweli.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the country of Kenya, the Republic of Kenya. And then Kiswahili. Paul asked me in an earlier hour, which region. I said, no. Given the number of communities we have in Kenya,
yes,
it's Kiswahili That's the language I'm going to, yes, because I'm not going to start saying, oh, hii program inatoka huku.
Okay.
And then if I leave one region out, what will I be told?
I mean, inaweza kuwa imetoka hapa Parklands for all we know.
Bro.
Yes.
Ni ubaguzi wa kirijioni.
Bas. So Kiswahili, lugha ambayo inaunganisha kila mtu.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Yes, sawa. Okay. Kufanikiwa maishani unahitaji vitu viwili. Ujinga na ujasiri.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Kufanikiwa maishani.
Naomba nipigie rafiki yangu ndugu Zaina Bubaka simu. Ndio anisaidie.
Hii tunataka kutumia akili yako.
Yake binafsi.
Asante sana. Sasa maishani ili ujiendeleze na ufanikiwe. Ujinga na nini tena?
Ujasiri.
Ujinga yenyewe unajua ndio ujinga na mjinga ndio idiot.
Yaweza kwa hivyo inakaribiana na pia waweza kusema ni mpumbavu, lakini sio hivyo. Tuwasema
yule anakaa tu pale na
mtu ambaye amekosa fahamu.
Amekosa fahamu.
Yes.
Ni mambo yanaendelea lakini yeye
ako aloof.
Haelewi hata kidogo. Ako tu hapo. Na ujasiri ni yule shujaa, si ndio?
Yes.
Yule anafanya anaelewa.
Yes.
So that's a good citizen. So those two, let me now get back to this language. Those two are like the North and South poles. And indeed, when you are that unaware, uninformed, upumbavu, hata Kibaki alikuwa anasema, sio ati wewe ndio mpumbavu lakini uko na upumbavu mwingi. That's somebody the world will just rotate and will not understand. Even opportunities that are there will not understand. It'll just be there, just sitting there. But you see, the good citizen, the informed person, that's somebody who will take opportunities. And these two poles would completely create different outcomes.
So they advance either way.
They advance, the other one will be advanced on the basis of, nature also takes care of everything.
True.
Including stones that just sit there.
Very true.
So nature will take care of the one who is just sitting there.
The idiot.
I have emphasized. Thank you.
Yes. All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Our conversation for today is around the level of teaching in junior secondary schools. But I want to refer to you to something we've just read this morning on the Standard, and it says, Bitok grade 11 storm. A fierce internal battle at the Ministry of Education has halted 7 billion shillings textbook tender. Putting next year's grade 11 rollout at risk. Award letters remain unsigned, timelines are slipping, and publishers warn any restart could derail supply, exposing the government to lawsuits and leaving schools unprepared. This is not the first time we are hearing of textbook issues. Grade 10 pia walikuanga na issues za textbooks. Sijui kama umeweza kuzipata. Maybe you can give us any info you might be having on that.
Thank you, Mbuvi. Indeed, I think let me just start by saying that the more we talk about education, the more Kenyans should get more worried and try to engage.
Okay.
Because the moment we do not get it right, each and every household across the country is affected badly.
Yeah.
Because the majority of Kenyans who take their children to the public schools are suffering as we speak. Suffering not because of their own making, but suffering because of neglect and a leadership that probably does not take a lot of time to think through certain things, that doesn't learn lessons from the past and keep on having those mistakes recurring. Starting with Professor Bitok, I think the chap was brought and thrown into Indian Ocean when he can't swim even in a pond.
Okay.
And this is bringing more problems. His predecessor probably had some ideas after having been there for a while and could could have known what to do.
Yeah.
But because textbooks, let me tell you, textbook tenders launched CBC. I hope you understand that.
No.
I think I've mentioned this on several.
It's something you've mentioned on several occasions.
Yes. Yeah. Why? It's because that was the GP grant that the Kenya government received for education reform. It was the equivalent of 12 billion Kenya shillings. 12 billion Kenya shillings, and it was supposed education reform, and GP, and of course GP at the time hosted by the World Bank.
Yeah,
and those guys' interest in a number of things, including your own education.
Okay.
So by the time the discussion on how do we start this. The CBC, I think the government took a lot more time. A lot of that money was being used in training, consultancies here and there. And when the grant was almost the period for implementing, they realized it's almost coming to an end, but we still had 10 billion on that pot, and they needed to report. That's why with CBC, we launched CBC through a textbook contract. Because the government called the book publishers, gave them a tender, and transferred that money. The books were being developed, being published, but you've not even taken time to rethink how you are transitioning from the 844 to this. You are producing new materials. You don't have curriculum framework at the time not done. And so even those designs which eventually came up, and the books that were published were incoherent. And indeed, I think you can still remember that the publishers were, for the first time, given the contract which included having to take those books directly to schools. When they took those books to schools, some schools did not even have where to store them. But some schools received French books, textbooks, German textbooks, and all that, things which they were not offering.
Yeah.
But some of the schools also received books which had mistakes. You must have had
typos and grammatical errors.
Yes, the teachers' feedback. So you see that grounding. It means this is where the problem is, because CBC is about tender and business and not fixing education and making it elimu bora. And so when BTOC comes in, and the other time when you remember when they released the capitation for the first term to 44 billion to schools, and at the time that's also when they released. They're saying it was about it was 8 billion or thereabouts. I think we can cross-check that.
Okay.
But either 8 billion or 11 billion. But they released. Then they were saying now we have given the book publishers the money, they should now produce books. So I'm situating that because this is where the problem is. The tenders and the business interest and all that, so that everybody is almost being driven or pulled by the nose through what is it, the business that they're making, and not necessarily thinking of simple basics like when we are transitioning at the PP1, PP2, what are the learning needs that we require there? How can we cost them? Or what do they cost on the basis of the environment?
Right.
Things which you do remember, CS was being asked in Naivasha by parliamentarians, and he had no clue. He actually owned up and said he has no idea how much it costs to educate a child at pre-primary, at primary and senior school, junior secondary school and senior school.
Yeah, this is now Professor BTOC.
The CS Ogamba was asked, and of course he had his BTOC. If BTOC knew, if your boss is suffering, you will come to his aid.
You come in, yes, yeah.
So I'm bringing this so that the things which matter where they should have focused on, they have not focused on. The reason why, even as of now, they drift from left, right, and center, and we've mentioned this severally, and we'll continue repeating it, because if it is not done, we'll still be playing just these cyclic games that do not help. The establishment of educational standards and quality assurance I don't know. At some point today, I think we need to read exactly what the roles of that agency is. Because if you look at it, it is the one that would have been helping us. That, okay, we have just closed term 1. How was the status? What was working, what was not working, why, and what needs to be addressed? How can it be prioritized? They would be telling us that on the basis of this, because we are seeing a number of them are aligned to issues of funding, the budget process which is ongoing, can we ensure that all these gaps are addressed in that? That would have been the Education Standards and Quality Assurance Council. Who is doing that role now? No one. No one is doing that. The Bitok and Ogamba are thinking out of their head. And
essentially, who should be in charge of that quality assurance process?
It is the council. That's what I'm saying. It's established through the Basic Education Act, Section 64.
Okay.
Yeah, they're supposed to be doing so. And where the PS and CS are overwhelmed, there is a National Education Board. That is also established by the Basic Education Act. Is it established?
Who determines who's on that board, boss?
It is the CS who appoints that board. That is authority. And there is a process of selection. He creates a panel. That panel invites applicants. And after that, then he gazettes once those people have gone through the due process. Those 2 critical agencies have not been established. And you know, the NEB is an advisory board. That's National Education Board. They're supposed to be the one that where the CS is finding difficulties, they'll be told, oh, come. The issues you are grappling with are 1, 2, 3 things, because it's supposed to be made up of education experts also at that level. Under that, also, within this ministry, I know there are technocrats, probably who have tried the best they could and nothing is working because it is my opinion. I know some of them might not speak, but it is my opinion that their advisories are being ignored because I don't think they'll be just sitting when things are not going right.
Yes.
So essentially, when you have not populated the infrastructure for delivering quality education in a way that it should be, and then you are telling us about the textbook center. Let me remind you of one thing.
Yes.
There was a period when the publishers would call media and talk. And we called those guys and told them, no, that's not your role. You guys, at best, best KICD should be telling us what the status of those books and all that, because nyinyi ni watu wa biashara, tumepewa kazi mfanye. Consultants and all that, the responsibility lies with the government through the KICD and through the other agencies I've just cited. So because I think they're thrusting themselves like a key cog that can also decide policy within that space. That's not their role. They are simply people whose services are required to give us materials on the basis of what KICD has approved.
So they are facilitators, yes. But when they used to call for these conferences and speak to the press, more or less speak to the public, what was the message that they were passing at the time?
No, they were telling us when they are going to publish and make some materials available and such. Yeah, they were complaining also we have not been paid, those kind of things.
Okay.
Yes. And Kenyans were not seeing the mischief. That's why you say, no, you guys, if it is complaint, you can even organize mandamano to go and ask for your money wherever they are. But they want to see
they were using the media to pressure the government into paying them and to ensuring that the processes that lead to them publishing are actually met, right?
You could look at it that way, but we looked at it differently because I think for us, and in fact the packaging and the messaging at the time was coming more like they were another agency within the basic education infrastructure that has actually a responsibility and accountability to the public on what is being done. Their accountability is on the basis of the contracts that they have
with the government.
Yes. And we have all these people, including the chief spokesperson for the ministry, that is the CS Ogamba himself. We should be getting all that information. Otherwise, then we'll be so confused that you won't know who is saying what at whichever time.
So now this paper is putting Professor Bitok basically at the middle of this particular storm.
He should be placed there. Yes.
Exactly. He should be.
He should be.
But now they're saying that contracts, for example, haven't been signed. So that means they're probably facing possibility of lawsuits and so on and so forth. But when we look at the bigger problem is the fact that there are a lot of processes that have been mentioned here that are supposed to be followed. And by the end of July, mid this year, basically, we're supposed to be having the textbooks printed and delivered to the schools. That hasn't even, it looks like that surface has not even been scratched. So does that mean that we are probably looking at a situation whereby come January, grade 11 students do not have textbooks? And what will be the implication of that?
Can we start with where we are? Do the grade 10 have
textbooks? No, the last time I checked, the headline said they didn't.
They don't. And in fact, even when I was giving that historic fact that the books published and then some delivered to schools which were not matching with what they were offering, that situation still obtains. For example, aviation books are in Ahero Girls. Who teaches aviation in Ahero Girls? Let me ask you. Maybe that's closer.
Yes, that actually is my neck of the woods.
Yes. So who teaches aviation there? And I do
not know of any school in that entire region that teaches aviation.
Yes, they are there. Media technology books are available all over, but there's no teacher. Because if you go to the book publishers, they'll give you even that which you do not need.
Do they have?
And let me put it this way: how come all of a sudden it's become books? And even 844 and the previous systems, the books used to be published. It was competitive, and indeed the teachers and other professionals would come in to publish, and then at the time it was KIE, not Kenya Institute of Education that would verify, and once it was approved, it is competitive. I mean, I joined high school when the maths book, let me go to there because I know I really love that area. So we would get an array of books that you are now just spoiled for choice until even KIE itself would come and say, no, okay, there are so many books. I know you guys, and they are all good. But because we want to bring a lot of the materials together, they are KIE published books. There were those that were published by KIE. And you see that these are KIE. So
yes,
even
they had the logo.
Yeah, the logo, even when you are being told to buy books, then you'll see those are prioritized, but the others were complementary. The reason why I'm saying that is because at the time, even this publishing and all that were going on, but it was not being brought to the prominence. That's why I'm saying it is business which is suffocating the CBE as a system of education, because initially, I think for me, this is the genotype that informed how CBE was being brought. So if at this particular moment we are continuing to talk about books published every year.
Yes.
For quite some time, the books that have been published within the CBC curriculum, you publish for grade 6, then the following year there's rationalization of subjects. You cannot use them for those who are joining grade 6 next year, and you have to go and buy new things.
Why?
I'm telling you of what has been happening, at least for now, for the last 2 years. That rationalization, they say they concluded on that. But you see, we are still continuing with grade 11 and grade 12. Grade 11, grade 12, starting with grade 10. And we are not off the woods yet. Starting with grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12. The materials that would be available and the basis of how the facilitators for the learning, the teachers, CBC call them facilitators, but teachers, on the basis of their interaction with the material, they are definitely giving feedback which are not very, very good. I interacted with teachers from Mukuru kwa Ruben here. A number of the children in those areas with the kind of schools that they are accessing there has been a problem.
Okay.
And one of the teachers said, we received children somehow we were wondering whether they have actually even gone through a junior secondary school curriculum. Because as senior school, we are now supposed to be doing, you people use the term deep diving.
Okay.
Deep dive.
Yes.
Yeah, you get now to the deeper aspect, if it is the science or technology subjects and all that. Now, you assume that they have understood the basics. But the teachers owned up and actually indicated that they take, when the grade 10 joined, they took quite some time just trying to bring them up to where they should be. In other words, making sure that they come as people who have gone through junior school, but now we are making them be the real products from junior school so that they can now start consuming the material for senior school. Even as we speak now, I think that catch-up program is still what is going on.
But this problem was foreseen. And the signs of these problems they were evident. At the time when we were asking, so where do you put junior primary school? Where will junior secondary school begin? There was a debate as to where do you place this class?
Yes.
And the argument ought to have been, given the knowledge that they're supposed to acquire, the facilities that they would need to be able to actually get this particular training, where do you find it? They are too young to be taken to the secondary school. And I was thinking, what are they talking about? And it became an argument. No, they should just remain with their...
What my brother City is saying.
He's actually frustrated.
Have you seen in the Western world?
Yeah.
Even not just Western world. Even just go to Korea and Japan.
Okay.
There are graduates who are 14-year-old, 15-year-old. So if you were to use that argument that in Kenya we start saying now that one is not tall enough, not what enough age, where are we going to? It is the exposure which is required. And the exposure to these learners from the pre-primary school require that the environment for where they are learning is conducive, that they have the right tools and they have the right teachers. A combination of that would give them that exposure that you'll find that you'd even have to fast track some of those learners, because we can use such terms as gifted, fast learners, things like that, so that they go faster ahead of even everybody else. But when we start measuring on the basis of age, it reminds me of how I was chased away when I was being put. I was chased away 3 times because my hand
could not reach your ear. Where were you chased?
That was Omboga Primary School in Kanyaluo.
That was the measure.
Measure for what?
Your age.
Your age before you are admitted.
Your hand had to touch your ear.
Yeah, and as you are going straight to standard 1, not
there was no kindergarten, nothing.
So you can imagine. And by the way, I still respect teacher Benta Ongoro, who just decided, and the late Marlon Opado, those at that level, standard 1. That teacher said, no, that's the son of a teacher. He'll catch up. Just allow him. Because that was, how can you chase me 3 times? Because my hand cannot reach there.
You are lucky you knew someone.
I am lucky somebody knew
you. Yes.
But I know of others who
were not so lucky.
And probably that's why I went very fast. I had so many of them. But why I'm saying that? Because when you use yardsticks, which are not the instruments that should be used for assessing whether these learners are absorbing something, then we miss it. Because if you start saying, now it is just age and age alone, age appropriate, of course, in terms of developing learning materials and all, the age appropriateness conversation kicks in, but this is in terms of the language. This is in terms of even the depiction, the materials as it's being exposed, because for a child there's a level that if it is, say it is literature figuratively,
yes,
when you are in junior secondary and senior secondary, you will receive them differently.
Okay.
But for a younger person, whatever they see, they may get a totally different kind of picture. So age appropriateness can come in terms of that. But I'm saying the critical thing which matters when you're developing materials for learning is the exposure of this learner to the environment and the conducive conditions that would make it possible for them to understand what is being taught. And I say that the tools required there, the teachers required there, the environment itself that make them even have self-drive, because not everything would be taught by the teacher. But if there's a library, for instance, and something has been introduced, that is how you see the learner rushing to the library to check, we were even told there's this book which has this, and they learn ahead. That helps learning.
Let me ask you, Boaz.
Yes.
So currently that we do not have, forget now grade 11, grade 10 textbooks.
Yeah.
How are learners learning in school? Are they, okay, first of all, the textbooks, is the issue that the textbooks are not available completely, or they're not enough?
They are not adequate.
So there's a chance that there's a teacher right now who has got one textbook but teaching 200 students.
Yes, that's possible. And I think, when the government is not deploying its agencies to help us, it leaves us to speculate.
Yes.
Thank God, at Limubora, what part of what I help them do, whether I'm around here or wherever, because a lot of virtual work goes on, is then the research, some rapid surveys and analysis just to see what exactly is obtaining within those classrooms, within those schools. I think the last time I was here, I told you about a rapid survey we were undertaking to know the status of preparedness of those schools to receive grade 10.
Okay.
Yes, I know there was a little bit of delay in that report, but as we speak, I know it is a report which is ready, and probably when launching it, I know we'll invite you, but we'll probably get also a chance to unpack and see specific things. Some of the statements I've made are based on that, because I am privy to that information which could be in there. So I think what basically we are saying, if the kind of preparations that we had expected, the teachers themselves, the materials that were supposed to be there, these books which were supposed to be there, the kind of coordination and curriculum support. I don't know whether when I say that everybody would understand the context, because we have government officials called CSOs, curriculum support officers.
Okay.
That at every sub-county level, they are available and they are visiting those schools, and they should be able to help support that curriculum. And you see, part of what I was saying is that in the absence of the Quality Standards and Assurance Council, these officers who are supposed to be coming in when there's a report indicating that this problem exists, now come in and help, now they are kind of doubling. And assuming you are the one who is doing that kind of work, you go to, now I'm using home names a lot, you go to Omboga Secondary School. You may be, I'll not say you're lazy or you really don't want to give much, because then you'll come and probably say, maths is going on well, so I don't have to offer any other extra support.
Yes.
It's possible, because you're the one who determines what is not working, and you are the one who is also expected to support it so that it works. So you don't want to give yourself a lot of work. And that's why some of those roles were separated, to allow somebody independent to tell you that the ailment in this school is so dire that we require more support. So all those things are not happening because we do not have that infrastructure which gets to the bottom of that. By the way, the implementation of all those instruments we are talking about are also discussed within the Professor Douglas Odhiambo report and their recommendation. That is the 2013 that was a task force, because that is where the origination of the Basic Education Act was formulated. So I think if the implementation, or people would have taken time to just pick the pieces as had been analyzed, digested, and proposed for implementation, we could be operating at 50% and above in terms of achieving or moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it appears that the more of those recommendations we receive, the less of them we are putting into application, including the recent Munavu, Munavu report. Because let me give you an example. Munavu's team, I know they had lots of challenges, but credit them to something. They said this thing of categorizing schools.
The C1, C2, C3, C4.
At the time, it was sub-county schools. County,
national schools,
Yeah, sub-county schools, county, extra-county, and national. They said, no, that really is not appropriate, particularly if you want to ensure there's inclusion and there's quality and standards the same all over the country. So they were suggesting that, all schools should be standard schools. And indeed, if you look at what the standard schools, I know they did not get to the details, but what you'd look at as standard schools, maybe that's where Limubora materials would come in, because we developed some principles and standards that would help you, and we said this would be a model school that should be found anywhere. When you talk of a public school, it should be 1, 2, 3, you'll find it there. Because that categorization, just before you come in, City, the categorization created discrimination a lot. The national schools were always being bombarded with a lot of material. In fact, even we know President and other senior officials are fond of going to those schools, and when they are there, I think some spirit just get into them and they declare 200 million will be brought here for something else. Those things do happen. So the categorization was supposed to create equality and narrow that gap, where a school has everything but a school, another one has completely nothing. It was supposed to be bridging that. Sorry.
When you talked about the standards, what were these standards that Elimubora developed, and what are they that they considered ought to be the norm in every public school?
Thank you. I'll summarize in 3 parts, because we said for us right from the inception, because we wanted to say, when we are talking of quality education, we should not confuse the public. Be simple. Quality tools, quality teachers, and quality environment. Of course, with the right curriculum, because the tools would include the curriculum and the textbooks and all that. So when we come to the environment, that is where the infrastructure comes in, because there must be classrooms, and the classrooms are standard classrooms. In fact, we were doing this at a time when Corona had hit us so badly, and we realized that even the classroom sizes, as per Basic Education Act, were small given the number of students. I think we were doing it also at a time when the media had depicted some learners learning through the window because the class was full. So we created what we would call an improved version of a standard classroom that would accommodate on average, because class size 40 at the maximum, but again with a good ventilation. And of course, the materials, we created even opportunities for the modern technology, so that then not just the chalk and blackboard that used to be there, So we went into those details, and then we said within that environment, besides the classrooms, any school, any learning area would require at the very basic some modicum of workshops, even at the primary level, because that is where then some practical learning also takes place. So we say that each and every one of them should be having those. Some field where some agricultural practices could be done. So the sports facilities where different kinds of sports could be done. And of course, another study space could be in the form of the library, but also just a space which would allow these learners to be freely, groupings, working through teams. You'd be able to have them even under tree at their leisure time, interacting and having that. So we unpacked that in a way that, because we were situating it as per what is expected by the Constitution, Article 53.
Okay.
We included the issue of meals, because there's a nutrition that should be provided there. So that infrastructure, and then the fact that there should be safety and security. Yeah. We looked at that, and then even the school rules based on the government or the policies and the rules which would then ensure that there's participation of the stakeholders within that school to open stakeholder participation, not just ceremonial. And in that case, the learners' voices, the teachers' voices, the parents' voices, the administrators' voices, and of course, administrators represent the ministry. We dealt with that. In terms of the learning and teaching materials.
Yes.
We went straight to saying this is CBC, which even the government now has said it will be rolled on. So what do you require in a school that can deliver this curriculum?
I have a question because you mentioned 200 million somewhere, and of course I remembered that declaration was made at Alliance when they were celebrating, I think, some couple of years.
Yeah, centennial celebration.
100 years.
100 years, yes.
So, but the government has set aside around 550 million for that specific school alone. Is that something that is usually budgeted during the budgetary process, or this one was a special one because they were celebrating 100 years? If you know anything to do with
yes,
that.
you've asked the right question at the right time. As we speak, let me bring it from that dimension. As we speak, there's a budget policy statement that was issued, and the Parliament submitted to Parliament for consideration. If you go to the parliamentary website, they have been looking at that, and I think the end date is next week, Friday or something. A budget policy statement, according to the provisions that we have, the Constitution and all that. And by the way, let me say congratulations and thank you for bringing Omtata yesterday. Chapter 12 of our Constitution, he unpacked it so well.
Yes.
And indeed, I agree with him 100%, except for the part when the controller of budget, he was thinking that the lady is not performing well. I think those two officers, the auditor general and the controller, they're doing a wonderful job. And if we are all men here, if women can do those jobs well, probably we can remove even all these guys and have them in all those. Kudos to them.
I'm sure they have men working in their department.
Let me not digress.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm coming back and saying the budget policy statement, that is, it gives us a picture of what the budget is supposed to accomplish within this year, the financial year. That would be 2026, 2027. That's what it's talking about. It should be giving you an indication of what were considered to be priorities for this education, for the budget entirely. Coming to education, because I've looked at that part and we've made some submission. You'll find that it's been written the usual way. It's like, I don't know whether it was laziness or anything. You'll find there's we'll retool 30,000 teachers.
Yes.
That's what is written there. You are not seeing how the recruitment of additional, particularly to ensure that the senior schools are aligned to the subject or learning areas. That those ones I mean critical challenges that are afflicting the sector now. You don't see them in the budget policy statement, and because then how?
So what exactly then is in that budget policy statement?
That's I've only pointed out on the first part, which is the one that talks about for the teachers. they'll
the retooling.
Actually, the retooling, they're saying they'll retool the teachers. The numbers are not given. The 30,000 is on converting the JS. I think it is majority of the intern teachers at JSS that they'll be converted
into permanent
and
pensionable.
Of course, that should have been done long time. They should have known that, because the courts already advised and told them that don't recruit teachers and claim that they are interns. They are not interns. They are qualified. So, in other words, I would have been expecting the answers to the questions that parliamentarians were asking CS Bitok to see that the capitation for the cost of learning per child at the kindergarten, at the primary, at senior school is actually addressed, and that now that capitation is increased. I would be expecting that. I would be expecting at least a narrative about that and an indicative figure. I would be expecting that. I have not seen that. I would have been expecting the issue of the infrastructure, the laboratories and all, which are now afflicting senior schools, C4, C3. I would be expecting to see a lot of it in that.
Okay.
That is not reflected in it. So I think without getting into maybe attempting to recollect and remember all of that, the budget policy statement for education is not speaking to cure what is ailing education currently.
So before I forget, the 550 million given to...
Now I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Because I was giving you where it should all come from.
All right.
What is obtaining, we look at the current budget. The current budget, you'll find that the budget had indicated some component of infrastructure. For how many schools? 400 schools. I think that would, even those who are online, you can go to the Treasury website and you'll get the budget. Check, because it is the program based. Just check the one on education. And you'll find that there's, I think it is 3 point something billion for 400 schools infrastructure.
Okay.
Our submission before that budget was passed was that you can't do that. You must be very clear. When you say 400 schools, how many schools do we have in the country?
I don't know.
Primary schools, we have over 26,000.
Okay.
What is considered now high school or now senior schools is about 10,000. I think the number is 9,750, but I keep on seeing it oscillate between that and 10,000.
All right.
So, which are these 400 schools which are supposed to get it?
So they didn't say it was A school, B school.
Now that is why that money is there. That's budgeted corruption, we say, and that cannot help fix education, because now the discretion lies with now who is holding that pass,
and that is the CS Treasury.
And even it's not even the CS, that's the State House now. That's why you'll find the president going there and say, give them this, because you know that money is there. You know, it's not attached to any particular school, so you can take a lot more and give to your favorites. It is not just that. I think there's another the period when this school in Kirinyaga, which was also given 100 million by a CS some time back, it happens in that manner, because that money is actually, there's a float, but it is not said this float is for Jamhuri. We'll construct the infrastructure in Jamhuri. That same float is the one, you remember the media unveiled or revealed that where the deputy president comes from after his is it election or appointment as deputy? But of course, after his confirmation,
right?
Then that's when people realize that the schools in that area are so bad, and the money for infrastructure was taken to go and improve those
schools. Yeah.
Now that is not how you fix education, because then you make it discretional. And I praised Tom Tate yesterday. And I say that when he fully embraced the Constitution, I am with him in that. I know when I'm speaking, he understands where I'm coming from, because he knows that there's a time when he was totally opposed to that Constitution.
Okay.
I was the chair of CRECO and I was the chair of Uraia, and we told him this is the right time to have this Constitution, whatever it is. So because it is working, only that the people who do not understand it are using it, and is it using it or misusing, working outside of it. So in that aspect, the budget should be very specific, and the parliament should be the authority determining how those resources are used.
By the time they said 400 schools have been earmarked for renovation or reconstruction or whatever.
Infrastructure fund, okay, sorry, it's not the infrastructure fund. Fund for school infrastructure. It's a totally different thing. I've realized when I was mentioning. There's a budget for school infrastructure. But it has indicated 400 schools. And that budget is 3.5 billion or something. We can confirm that from
it's
there.
Okay.
So now when that, it means it can be any school. It means it can be any school.
If you need to repair things within a government school, if your lab doesn't have certain facilities, yes, if you even need you request for it, and it is actually they never give you the amount you ask for, but the money exists. And don't think that it is given and then you use it the way you want. No. If you're going to construct, then the Ministry of Public Works comes in. It's not you, the school. You can going about how you're going to procure the person, but this entire process is overseen by the government. Boss, we're running out of time.
So, okay.
But there's something that has been on my mind this last week. And it's been this idea of how we need to reach a certain developmental stage that is compared to that of Singapore. And I've been looking at it through the lenses of an education system. And the question that kept popping in my mind was, how do we ensure we have an educational system that meets the economic, political, social aspirations of this country? And what exactly will it look like? When I was asking the question of what it is that the Elimubora recommended as the tenets for this particular education, it's that I had in mind.
Sorry, I only dealt with one component.
Yes, you did. Yes, you dealt with one component, but you gave three facets of it. You talked about good teachers, you talked about a good environment. Yes, but I'm asking, in the absence of an education system that is purposed to meet those needs, that dream will never, ever be achieved. Because it is the education system that produces the sort of citizenry who can actually ensure that the vision is actually achieved.
You are absolutely right, because education is the one that, leave alone developing the human resource, but also the thinking of the country.
Yes.
So that then we are all glued and having a common vision. And the Singapore dreams and all, I don't know why we scoped so low. We just want to be like Singapore. I think Singapore is also looking up to something better and bigger because of where we are coming from. Kenya has the potential to set the pace even for this entire country, for the globe.
Yes.
Look at the innovations we've had. If with limited access to technology and all that, it is in Kenya where the M-Pesa was innovated. It is in Kenya, and using our own engineers and human resource. Meaning that here, if we get it right, if we make education to work right from the very lowest level, through to the medium, we build those infrastructure, we support those teachers, we continue to upgrade them and support them in a way that they'll feel motivated and give their all. Probably, I think we treat them the way the Korea Republic treats teachers, as those are the stars in their ecosystem. You are a teacher, the most respected. But even in Kenya, we used to have that at some point. So, creating that environment would make us have a generation that also looks forward to something that they want to get to learn, to contribute to the development of the country. And the TVET component would be integrated as part and parcel of the learning right from the early age. Not that after reaching grade 9, now then because you somehow did not make it so well, you're not progressing and going to the grade 10 and all that now you veer off to the TVET level. That component is integrated the way CBC is now suggesting, but without providing for it. I think would have required to build a better and a more robust kind of education. Let me get back to the infrastructure component, because it appears I may not make other people fully comprehend it. Because when I mentioned about the infrastructure of the vote, I was not in any way saying that we do not have a component for infrastructure going to schools, because capitation has got a component for infrastructure development which is directed to the schools. The challenges of capitation is what makes it impossible even to have those infrastructure improvements. But also, the inequalities in some of those schools. Some schools would require affirmative action. What was envisaged in the Equalization Fund of Article 204.
Okay.
What was envisaged there is that affirmative action means the schools that did not have at least provide the very basic elements. I would be asking and appealing that in the next budget, the one that is being developed now, let our parliamentarians not be lazy.
Okay.
Let them nail and specify which are the schools we really want to upgrade to what level.
All right.
And what period of time do we have to bring them to standard? That now we will not be having grade 9 learners failing to select more than 3,000 of them.
Okay.
We need to fix those. All this should be seen within a budget process, because it is the budget which makes it work. If it is not being seen there now, then we are missing it. And indeed, we are not seeing it in the budget policy statement. And the budget policy statement originates from the departments of the government.
Okay.
Our education department originates it. So if they do not have that dream, who should be having that dream? And how will it be considered in the budget process? I think that's why I am calling on the Kenyans right now. Play a role in the budget making process right now, because that is what is envisaged. Ask them to prioritize things which are not working in education, allocate resources, but also deal with the culprits who are stealing money, because corruption is also eating. Even if you are allocating so much, like the 702 billion that was allocated to education, and then you steal a lot of it, will still not meet that goal. So deal with those thieves, the thieves decisively, so that people know that do not touch that again.
Thank you so much, Boaz. Unfortunately, that is where we have to come to a stop. Salamu zimfikie Masinde Ochieng all the way from Uganda, saying, good morning, wa Kenya. Great discussion. Watching from UG, Kampala. At least the path Kenya is going is better, but Uganda is totally off track. Hey, Masinde. All right, Sasa. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Laikipia North residents are urged to cooperate with security forces in a major multi-agency operation to flush out bandits from Mukogodo Forest. This follows increased cattle rustling and attacks. Security agencies gave residents a 7-day notice to vacate the forest to avoid being treated as suspects during the crackdown. When
the RC was here, that ultimatum was given for 7 days for the people to get out of the forest. It has since expired, and quite a number of peace-loving wananchi have come out of that forest. So up to now, we believe that whoever is still in the forest, then is a criminal, and that's why we have actually actively activated the operation that is now ongoing. So we have not had any issue because actually the local chiefs sensitize their people.
The Kenya Human Rights Commission plans to take legal action against a gold investor in Rarieda, Siaya County over alleged unfair mining practices. The commission says mining is still going on despite a court order stopping the operations. It also claims some state officers are protecting the company and forcing residents to give up their land.
We are aware that a valid court order in Siaya restraining the company from proceeding with process related to the resettlement and compensation. This is not a procedural lapse. It is a direct assault on the authority of courts and the foundation of constitutional governance.
Tumekuja kuhakikishia wakaji wa Ramla ya kwamba usalama wao tutaangalia vile ilivyo, kwa kuwa ni wajibu wetu kuhakikisha ya kwamba watu wanakaa kwa usalama.
We will be pursuing all available avenues for accountability.
Homa Bay Town Member of Parliament Peter Kaluma has defended Interior PS Raymond Omolo over claims linking him to the assault of Vihiga Senator Godfrey Osotsi. Embakasi East Member of Parliament Babu Owino has alleged that Omolo was behind the attack in Kisumu on Wednesday, but Kaluma dismissed the claims, describing Omolo as a good leader and called for an end to what he termed as target attacks as investigations into the incident continue. President William Ruto has ordered security upgrades in Nairobi to improve safety. He has directed the Interior Ministry to begin improving the integrated command and control center within the next 60 days and roll out a Nairobi Metropolitan Police System. Speaking on Thursday at the Nairobi County Assembly, Ruto said the changes will help make the city safer and improve response to security incidents.
And in further improving security in Nairobi, I have directed the Ministry of Interior to commence implementation within the next 60 days of enforcements to the Integrated Command and Control Communication Center in Nairobi. This will improve CCTV camera coverage across the city and accelerate digitization within our security services, including digital occurrence books, advanced data analytics, and artificial intelligence systems, all aimed at improving responsiveness, efficiency.
U.S. President Donald Trump has accused Iran of doing a very poor job in its handling of oil passing through the pivotal Strait of Hormuz, arguing it was not the agreement they heard. The comments reflect the fragile nature of the ceasefire agreement, with reports showing conflicts on what was included in the record. It came as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his government was to begin direct talks with Lebanon, focusing on disarmament of Hezbollah. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. FIFA has named its largest ever team of match officials ahead of the 2026 World Cup. The group includes referees, assistant referees, and video match officials from across the world, selected based on performance and experience. FIFA's chief refereeing officer, Pierluigi Collina, says the officials were picked after a strict 3-year evaluation process. Barcelona have submitted a complaint to UEFA over a grave lack of VAR intervention during their 2-0 Champions League defeat by Atletico Madrid on Wednesday. Hansi Flick's side were denied a penalty in the 54th minute of the quarter-final first leg, when Atletico defender Marc Pobel handled the ball in the visitors' box. Pobel, who had received a yellow card earlier in the game, stopped the ball with his hand after goalkeeper Juan Musso had appeared to restart play with a goal kick. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with Siti Muge in the studio, and our guest has also arrived. But before I introduce him, shout out to Big Daddy saying, hello, Daniel, all the way from Perth. Robert Koros, tumejumuika nanyi kutoka Kabarak Nakuru. Karibuni tena sana. Masinde, nimesema, ametusalimia kutoka Uganda. Then we have Muhammad Murunga saying, maana ya methali ni unahitaji ujasiri. Kukubali ya kwamba hujui mambo yote, yani umjinga. Hii ndio siri ya kujiongeza maarifa na kufaulu. Kwa kweli nakubaliana nawe. Kikombe amesema, this society we live in, that a few individuals' greed for money would undermine a whole education system and affect future generations for decades. The next 10 years will be chaotic chaos. And I'm actually deciding with you, Kikombe, on that one. Michael amesema, categorization is still there. Currently, every learner wants to join C1 schools to an extent that some schools were reportedly not having learners. Thank you so much for that. Siti, as I introduce our guest, you will also share with him our methali pia atuambie his thoughts on it. I'm talking about the party leader for Progress Plus Alliance, Maliba Arnold. Arnold, good morning and welcome back.
Morning to you. Asante.
Yeah. Sisi tuko salama pia.
Yeah.
Siti ametupatia methali siku ya leo. Nilifind ikiwa very simple but very profound. So Siti, if you may.
Kufanikiwa, a proverb from the Republic of Kenya. Paul was of the view that he kept asking which region. I told him, given that we have 43 going to 44 communities, I'm not going in that direction. It'll be in Kiswahili.
Did he want the village?
I wanted to know if it's from Budalangi, but yes.
Atinatoka hapo. Okay. Kufanikiwa maishani unahitaji vitu viwili. Ujinga na ujasiri.
Sijui vile kabisa msemo huo ama methali hiyo ni ya Kikenya. Kidogo ninaiona ni kama ni methali ambayo labda ni kizungu ambacho kilifanywa kutoholiwa.
Utohozi.
Ikafanywa utohozi, kukakuwa na translation ikaletwa hapa kawaida. Lakini nadhani kuna benefits ama manufaa ya umesema ujinga
na ujasiri.
Na ujasiri.
Yes.
Wakati mwingi ukijua mengi sana, unakuwa very limited ama unapima vitendo vyako. Na ujasiri ni mara mingi sio kuwa hakuna uoga. Ni kuwa una appreciate kuna uoga, lakini ni lazima kitu kifanywe.
Ndio.
Kwa hivyo ujasiri ni muhimu. Hata kusimama tu, mtoto akianza kuzaliwa akijaribu kusimama, ni lazima apate ujasiri wa kusimama, sukume mguu ndio aweze kusonga mbele.
Ndio.
Lakini akili nyingi sana mara mingi wanasema huondoa maarifa. Kukiwa na akili nyingi, kwa kizungu probably tungesema hivi. Mfano, unakumbuka kama Petro wakati ule ameambiwa na Yesu, unaweza kutembea kwa maji uje. Wakati ule alianza kufikiria sana, akaanza kuzama. Lakini before that,
alikuwa tu sawa
na songa mbele. So I think sometimes out of what I would call ignorance, you make a lot of progress. The people that made the world what it is today largely were ignorant enough of the limitations.
True.
A lot of the limitations. People who thought those limitations wouldn't be an inhibition. But then when you find people who know, like today,
yes.
We expect that the astronauts in Artemis 2 will be splashing down sometimes later at night in East African time, about 3 a.m. our local time. You still see people arguing that man did not go to moon. There are people who still believe that
the earth is flat.
That even the current mission
is fake.
Is fake.
Yeah.
As in, we are out there. These are people who have gone to school and done all that. So it took some other people who thought in the vast space that is dark, we can actually go in there, work our way and come back. So sometimes knowing too much limits people from acting.
Actually, umetumia an existing method if I'm not wrong. Akili nyingi huondoa maarifa.
Yeah.
Okay. Nilikuwa nimeisahau hiyo. Umenirudisha katika zile nyakati nilikuwa naandika insha. And I can tell you, mimi nilikuwa mwandishi mnoma sana wa insha.
Lakini bado unaamka ukisikia ndege zikilia hapo nje ama siku hizi
zinalianga asubuhi na mapema, kulipambazuka na ndege walikuwa wakiimba. Bado wanaimba. Nikikuanisha insha zangu tashangaa. So we want to talk about political zoning and all, but before we get to that, there's an incident that we witnessed like 2 days ago. The attack on Senator Osotsi in Kisumu County.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? Because we were having a conversation with the city this morning saying that it could be someone that was, someone was sent, or it was just kawaida political intolerance of citizens. But what's your take on it?
First of all, from what I know is that I think a week ago or so, there was a funeral where there were a number of strong political pronunciation. And I'm told the former member of Kisumu, I don't know that it is Central, Uda, was in a funeral where he said those Linda Mwananchi people will not hawatakanyaga Kisumu. It was a proper declaration. Uda. So I'm starting somewhere.
Uda was a former.
He's a former
MP for Kisumu Central.
Yes.
The current MP is called Dr. Ron.
Yeah, he actually said.
So I said, as a former MP, was in a funeral
right,
where he declared that the Linda Mwananchi and anybody opposed to broad-based will not be allowed to set foot in Kisumu. That is on record. It's out there.
That fellow has some really prehistoric views of life. But anyway, go on.
So now, of course, after that, then you have the Osotsi incident. But for me, I don't find it very isolated. I've just met Boaz out here.
Yes.
Boaz Waruku. Boaz was among the people who used to lynch me very much when I used to work for government. Because at that particular point, of course, people felt like I was a dangerous mercenary.
You were considered a traitor.
Well,
yes, go on.
I will go with the dangerous mercenary.
When I was young and I was reading the Alexander theology, then I looked at the last book I looked at was Ends of the Earth. I saw the battle between Alexander, or rather the anticipated fight between Alexander the Great and Memnon.
Let me just fix this for you a second. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, and Memnon, that is the rivalry that people never got to. So it's one of those stories that a lot of us who've read Alexander never get to it. So there was a Greek mercenary who was fighting for the Persians, called Memnon. Memnon was extremely good in battle. That is one person Alexander went to death wishing that he had fought. So anyway, for a lot of guys who actually, when I was working for government then, first as the advisor strategic communication and then the head of policy and public affairs, I once was rushing home in my village in Matungu. Matungu is one of those splinter constituencies from the Greater Mumias. So I landed in Kisumu, then went to Kakamega Road, West End Mall. There is a Naivas there. I don't know whether it's West End. There's that new mall just before you get to United Mall. Forgetting when I call it new, it might not be necessarily new, but for those older people like myself, United used to be the serious mall.
All right.
So then there is now a new one where there's an Naivas there.
Okay.
So while I was there shopping,
it's almost literally next to United Mall.
Yes. So when I was there, and that was in 2024. So when I was shopping, I had somebody shouting, "We Maliba, ni wewe ndio unatusi sana, unasumbua sisi." At that particular point, the Gen Z passion was all over. So and then of course a little bit of shouts here and there, and then guys, hapa utoki, hapa nje utatoka. The threat. So I can relate with what Osotsi happened to it. It's only that then the people in Naivas at that moment told me, kaa hapa ndani kwanza, wachana nao vijana waende, then tutaenda. There are people I had never seen in person. But for us who do commentary and do TV appearance sometimes, you get a lot of people who know you and you do not know them. So anyway, so I can relate with what Osotsi, I could probably have been in a similar situation if the people in the supermarket didn't tell me, kaa hapa kwanza, tulia, you don't have to rush, you will have a problem with these guys. Of course, at that point, they didn't like that I was defending government then. Or rather, I was doing my work in government then.
Right.
Yeah. And City has used a very bad word. Of course, as an elder, he'll actually have to bring back chicken, or rather to give me chicken to appease the gods. So for Sotsi, I frame it within that particular setting.
Right.
That there are always overzealous supporters out there. When you've not done strategic communications unless you have actually defended a government and a regime that is unpopular. You have not. Do not ever consider yourself a proper communication person unless you've done advocacy, a policy advocacy from a place where something is unpopular with the masses. Even if it could be, unpopular does not necessarily mean it's wrong or whatever. It could just be unpopular. Unless you've done such like a campaign, you are not yet in Stratcoms. You've not done communication yet.
Yeah.
So, I would also meet similar instances in town, for example. Attacked twice in the CBD.
Yeah.
At some point, I had to move around with security in those days.
You were attacked twice?
Twice in the CBD. One
still working for this government?
Yes,
or a different one?
Yes. That's why I can tell you, when you make a decision to leave sometimes, umeona mengi. One day, the first attack actually was by a newspaper vendor who was hurling insults at me, thinking that I had said very unpalatable things about Baba. I do not consider myself a rough talker.
Okay.
I could say many things, but I do not consider myself that. So that the first one was a newspaper vendor on Kimathi Street, throwing insults at me, hurling me, na akanrushia gazeti. A man I had never met.
Gazeti ulikuwa umenunua ama?
No, I am passing.
That was the weapon he had at hand.
So he threw.
Was it the current paper of the day?
Yes.
I hope you picked it up and continued with it.
No, I just matched on. Normally, I don't. That's why a lot of times when somebody tries to stop me, even in town,
you don't stop.
I don't stop. I just move because I don't know whether it's friendly or it could be something else.
Or a newspaper coming at you.
Yeah, then there was another one when a goon at City Hall confronted me and pushed me twice. Of course, I had other people and had to take a stand. So it is, for those of us who've been in the practice of politics, specifically those who are doing very edgy communication, you get that people sometimes want to move that energy into real life. People do not know that the political differences are not necessarily enmity. That when you work for this administration and you probably are working for this particular party. So why did I start with the declaration in a funeral? The declaration in a funeral starts that, and if you can check the narratives online, is that said former member of parliament has got a long and existing relationship with the goons that actually ended up attacking Senator Osotsi.
So you can link these fellows directly to him.
It is known. He has had a very good working relationship with him. The goon, or rather the goon architecture in the city.
The goon industry.
The goon industry in Kisumu.
Yes.
That particular individual is actually said to actually have a very good relationship, have had a good relationship with them. Then, of course, there is quite a number of other things. Yesterday, I did a little bit of writing on the same. And for me, I took issue with the principal secretary of internal security for the simple reason that every time he's gone to Nyanza, and this is actually on record, even as the man who controls our internal security, I'll go to the other bits of allegations later on, is that the people he's hanged around with, this is on record. The people who have driven him, the people who've even opened the door. This is the man who has got NIS at his back and call, a man who has got the police, as in any police he would call. So he has no need for those, what let me call auxiliary security services, if we were not to call them. Because the problem with security, even for those of us who've worked within the security spaces, you will realize that insecurity and security is normally the other side of the coin. So the same guys that can give you security can actually cause insecurity. Those guys we're calling goons. They can also provide very good security sometimes.
Okay.
So it's a flip of the coin. Why am I saying that? Is that there has been a continuous call and complaint on that issue. Yet no action has been taken. And I'm not talking about Kisumu alone. When there was a church attack in Nyeri, for example, to date, the people that attacked that church when Rigathi was in that particular church, even the police officers that had been saying they came from Murang'a and wherever, that has not been acted on. And I don't know whether you know that out of self-preservation, people can always then engineer their own framework of retaliation. It might not look like it's retaliation, it will be defense. But you know the best form of defense is always offense. So, when people feel like we are going to go to events, be attacked, and then the government does nothing, even when we know the people that have done it, then they will come with their own armor. The PS cannot run away from that. There are two things. He is either complicit or he is incompetent. I know him. He is not.
He is not what?
He was ahead of us in school. I know he is not.
He's not incompetent.
He's not incompetent.
Okay.
And that then just leaves us for security. There are only two ways. Either you are incompetent or complicit. As in, there are no two ways. When it comes to life and death, you are either aiding life
or abetting it.
Or you are abetting it. As in, you are either whatever you are doing.
Yes.
So for that particular bit, and we've seen goons embedded with the police in this city, the city under the sun. We've seen the goons. Leave Senator Soti away. You have seen goons working, I call it informalization of the coercive power. You remove this coercive power from the state. And by the way, the origin of government is protection. Government has always been, the concept of big government has come on later. When government got into spaces, it initially wasn't there. Government from the very beginning was about, can you protect us initially from external people?
It was a security issue.
It was a security issue that people started looking for rulers and leaders, and the initial rulers and leaders were goons.
They were
bandits. That is why in political science we talk about the stationary bandit and the roving bandit theory. People chose that instead of being raided occasionally with the roving bandit who comes in and harasses you guys and then moves on, we would rather have a bandit that we pay money to, a stationary bandit, that is the tax now. We give him money and then he protects us against
other
roaming bandits. So government, that is why government must have the monopoly of not just violence. The balance of fire should always be in favor of the stationary bandit, which is government.
Okay.
So for this, the PS cannot run away from that. Of course, we are going to get into those technical arguments, and for those of us from the policy background, we will tell you, those policy arguments are just as elastic as politics can get. But this is the point, that he has been around here. No one, I don't know whether it was the Witima or Witide Church, that particular incident has not been addressed to date.
It was the Witima. All right.
So you have seen goons in town. You saw that. Embedded with the police. That was not dealt with. There was a time when the governor of this city was also accused for having brought in goons to help the police work. Again, that was never dealt with. So when we go to Kisumu has had that complaint for a longer time. And as is, you guys might not have done politics, but the people that show up for you in politics, you cannot choose the people who show up for you as a public officer or not. So of course, the claims that he knows, that's why I still hold it, that if he wanted to stop this menace, he will do it. You know why? Because when you talk about the security confidential budget, where there is discretion, if you were to define intelligence, for example, whether it's the MI, military intelligence, DMI, or DCI, if you are to get technical and try to speak good English about defining them, it's very few words. It's just discretion with oversight, that they have got capacity to get in your phone na kuchungulia. They have got a level of discretion. You lift the veil of the Bill of Rights. They can actually check in back. They might not be able to present that evidence in court because the evidence act and the laws. But none, for purposes of knowing and planning and intervening and coming up with strategy, so if you are to define intelligence, it's simply discretion with oversight. That you have discretion over and above everybody else, but then you have got, you are being oversighted. So he is the man with this money that can easily mobilize some other, let me say, auxiliary services and whatever. And that money is normally very good. It's under him and the PAS, the principal administrative secretary, who is technically his junior. So when you see a lot of what you call political money that moves around, and this is the practice of politics, politics in practice, when you see a lot of the money that politicians use, normally that is the avenue that it comes from. Okay. So what am I saying? I am saying that the PS number one can actually handle this. Not just his tiff with Babu Wino, whatever they are fighting for. He can take care of this because these boys are known to him. He's of course he's from Homa Bay, but every Luo wants to call himself a Kisumu
It's not
boy.
even that. He worked in Kisumu. He worked at Lake Basin.
He worked at Lake Basin for a very long. So he's a proper Kisumu boy. He knows these guys. When I talk about knowing, it doesn't mean that he owns them. He knows them.
Okay.
Let me say something that I must add to this. We mentioned in an earlier hour when we started the program, the issue of gangs in that region has been there for a long time. The gangs that were known in the early days were Baghdad boys. The late Raila Odinga associated with these fellows. Remember, Raila Odinga was anti-establishment at that point in time. The wars that Raila Odinga and his people fought with the mayor of Kisumu, then was called Oile, who was a Kani stalwart, they're legendary. Many of these fellows died, got old, killed. We stopped hearing of Baghdad boys. Then came a group called Marine. Now, many of these fellows rotate around the bus park in Kisumu. Okay? They are Manambas, essentially. There was a time when one Tuju could not, the same thing of coming to Kisumu town because it was said he opposed Raila Odinga.
Yeah.
The same group of fellows who are called Marine, the very fellows who can mobilize for you or demobilize, cause crowds, cause chaos, same, are the ones who would be his support system. Again, they are older people now. They're in their 40s. Some have died. Attrition. Now, there is a new lot who have come in. Now, this new lot seem to be exhibiting the violence that one saw in Baghdad boys.
No, there's even, you've forgotten one team.
Yes.
Which, as a former chairperson of the TNA Youth League, I will tell you, China.
Oh, but I was coming to China. I know.
Okay.
Yes, I was coming to China.
Okay.
Yes. These are the people. China is the current group. But they're businessmen. Many of these China fellows,
I know.
They're businessmen.
I know. Now, in fact, the original Chinese, or rather China squad, the original ones, are now mid-40s going to 50s.
Yes.
Now,
but
these other ones are their apprentice.
Yes. And they're businessmen. They're in the butchery business. These are the fellows who are my numbers. The point I'm trying to make is this. If you know that region well, the culture and the industry of thugs is a thriving, growing industry. It's not diminishing. Every time we have an election that comes around, that group grows. Now, what am I getting at? When you are told that areas have been marginalized, expect that people will find other avenues of industry. Had that region not gone that way for as long as it did, and young people did not have hope, why do young people keep joining gangs? The question you'd ask is, what option do they have? This thing that they're going to do. So they see that as an opening.
Yeah. And it's a thriving industry, not seeing it as an opening.
It is
a thriving industry.
It's a growth industry. Now, once you understand that, then you understand why it is that Arnold is saying those in the security docket will know who these people are. Because they have leaders, by the way.
Yeah. Yes. They have leaders. And let me just tell you, not that I have been a security threat, but when I was much younger in this town, and I was feeling like I can change my country. Those are written stuff you could find around there.
Yeah.
When I was the leader of the National Youth Council, at that particular time, the delegates and government had issues with the delegates because they had stopped the Yes Youth Can. Then they passed a law to ensure that the National Youth Council. So we did elections on our own. So at some point, we were being frustrated. And then, of course, now we had the time, we had the resources, the brains, and the city, and we had the legitimacy because we had been elected by people, by young people. So as we did demos after demos, a number of staff going to court, lifting the gates here, going to a police station and rescuing your people. That's where Boaz saw me for the first time. They were running in to try save a situation, I think, at Kilimani police station, that we had gotten a court order, and the OCS was refusing to release. To actually present the people in court. You know, when I hear young people talk about a difficult government on the people, let me just say this on radio, that the Kibaki administration was ruthless on young people. I know. I lived through. Yeah. I was the leader in this town that my mother had to get people sitting him down and telling him, we will bring you a corpse. And I wasn't doing anything. I know of relatives who reached out, including a PC who came and looked for me in person at dawn and told me. And it was just demos we wanted elections. I know of people I know who failed on this next to State House. GPO Ulu and team and Oscar Kingala were people I knew as in. So when I hear people talking about a difficult government, but you see, at some point there was a man called Waweru. He's now late.
Yes,
he was a PC for Nairobi. He reached out to me. He called me and told me, these people will hurt you. I think Cyprian Nyamwamo had reached out to him and told him, that kid is just a kid who has got time and energy. They are not causing problems. Just because they have captured a minister in a way the police did not understand, just because very few people have gone to State House, just because they actually have taken people to State House, Paka Gate A. No one has actually been able, I think mimi na mtata peke yake, who has ever taken people, many crowd, na ufikishe State House Gate A. It's not an easy thing. I've always told people it's not something I want you to do again because niliona mvua ya umbwa. And guys who are running, first of all, we got there, tukasema this is working so well because we tricked them, told them that tunaenda EACC. Lumumba was actually the director there. So we went around, but we already knew what we wanted. We knew that the guys at the ministry were not listening to us. The minister then hakuwa anatupatia not doing what we want. No one was listening to us. They will sit down with us and then they wouldn't do it, and then we would go and try to teach them a little fear of God the following day, and they didn't like it. So
what people call character development.
Yes. So we said tunaenda kuona Lumumba. So we went there. Lumumba spoke to us. We gave him a petition, but we had another petition for the president. So when we walk back, we are having an escort. We get to State House Avenue. Then we tell them. I tell guys, only 3 of us knew that we were going to State House. Not everybody knew. So but we knew that we had the support of the masses. And I asked them, I saw somebody writing that story, that I made him do things he will never do if he knows what he knows today. So I asked guys, hawa watu wanatusumbua sana, ama tuende tuone tu rais. And the 700 people said yes.
And proceeded.
You know, when you want to change your country, you can do anything. And we proceeded. So we knew by the time we get to the Ethiopian embassy, they will stop us. Yes. No one was stopping us. We get to Liaison House, no one is stopping us. So then I stop guys at the junction and tell them, let us not get to the gate. Yes. But guys are so happy. They have gotten to State House finally. I tell them, just in case of anything, ensure that you get into any open compound. There was Makini there, there's Lady Northey, there are so many. Get inside a compound because, and those days, the police didn't have this, a lot of protection you guys are seeing around.
There was no 2010 constitution.
It wasn't as easy as you guys think. So, 4 GSU officers come from the gate, they spread out, legs apart. Of course, the rifles facing down.
Yeah.
Then I tell guys, you guys stand here, I'm going to meet them. But you see now people are very excited. So I get to them and tell them, sisi hatuna vita, tumeleta to petition. Get us a civilian officer. Because we knew officers, a lot of times, would pick petitions and then wanazirusha tu hapo. So long as muende. Get us a civilian officer from huko ndani ya kuji. So they brought us a guy called Kihara, who watched. We told them, sisi hatuna shida, tumeleta to petition, watu wa ministry wametuchokesha. But I can tell you, as you ran along processional way, you found a lorry already stationed katikati, plus hii side wamefunga, hii side ingine their flanks, so unakimbia na unaingia ndani ya lorry directly. State House Avenue ukifika hapo Lady North, ukifika hapo chini
again
2 lorries zimefunga hapo. Unajua siku anashika simu when during that time
and they open for business.
Yeah, they open for business. So as you go towards Dennis Pitt on this other side,
yes,
again a breach at State House Girls, where today now unaingilia Boreta hapa chini, where there is that new hotel.
That hotel.
Again, lorries are there and they are red berets everywhere. Then I had never seen so many dogs in my life. As in, I saw hiyo ni umati wa umbwa. Hata I don't have an exact word for it. There were so many dogs I had ever seen in my life with red A red beret, a dog. A red beret, a dog. As in, umbwa mingi sana.
They were ready for you guys.
And you see, I didn't pick. By the time I pick after presenting that, a guy, one person whom we thought we were so clever, we had positioned at the roundabout, the Uhuru Highway, Kenyatta Avenue roundabout. He called and then tell me, FTS, hizo lori za askari hizo kubwa, hizo ma FTS zinakimbia kutoka everywhere, the roads kuna. And you know, these guys are handling us so politely.
Yeah, they were buying time.
No. It's the discipline that they have. And they don't rush at you.
But they
don't threaten you.
Yes. And we had
just
and yes,
position
guys
and
just sing.
And they're looking at you.
And guys were busy singing. What we didn't know that while we were there waiting for the civilian officer to come and everything else,
they were mobilizing.
The police were mobilizing and they were coming from everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. They were buying time. They were not being confrontational.
And we didn't cause problems. We just sang, took photos and did everything else. And then all of a sudden we started seeing dogs and people dispersing us. So ukichukua State House Road unakimbia ukielekea pale State House Girls, unaingia ndani ya gari. As in hakuna barabara inaishia ndani ya lori ile yenye unainuliwa kama umetupwa ndani. Same on processional way.
So mlifanya aje eventually?
A few people survived, including myself. Others were taken away and we could not find them for over a week.
Okay.
And when you found them?
When we found them, we had, that's why Boaz and the other people had helped us now to get court orders and whatever. We first found them in Langata. That was the first. We looked for them in all police stations, we couldn't. Nowadays, people make a lot of noise, but you can fairly get people. Kama mtu, unless something else has happened. But at that particular point, it was almost the norm, especially kama umesumbua sana. That's when a certain PS reached out to me and told me, now you come, we can work with you. Instead of causing people these problems.
Let us train you to think differently.
So
let's focus this energy on something better.
So every time, and now that's when it became very normal. I hear jokes when I was talking about that article. Even when the county assemblies came in, the first thing was like, let us ensure that there is a youth sport. Ndio maliba situletee shida. So I am happy for that contribution. And I know that these people who cause problems, the reason why I'm taking time on that is that the people who cause these problems,
yes,
normally a lot of times, well, there are those who are outrightly in this.
They are outright criminally inclined.
But then some of those people that are actually in this are simply people who either are trying to change their country like we used to do. And that's why, like yesterday when I wrote about this, I was telling people, as in for me, I'm talking from something that I have lived and I know. When a PC tells you, from a security perspective, it was that you guys cannot go to State House the way you have done. You have normalized this thing, so people will come. And I remember Mike Sonko told us he had come to give us support those days. He came and found us in Langata after we had gone in for the other team. Now we're Patikana almost after 4 or 5 days. And he told me, it is not a good thing kukaa kwa mikono ya hawa watu. That is the police then.
He knew what he was talking about.
If you get a chance to run away, run, you will solve. Because we were trying to release a few and then the others were refusing. Kama hatutoki wote, hatutoki. And he's like, tell these guys, it is not wise, not safe kushinda kwa mkono ya hawa watu. When you get chance, toka, pigania nje. It's one advisory I've always kept in my mind. It's not good to stay hapa ndani. There is nothing good with staying inside here.
You know, Arnold, as we're talking about this, let's talk about the reality of that region and the gangs that exist in that region. There's hardly any place in that region you call the Western region that hasn't had groupings of gangs and thugs who politicians use for all manner of things.
Of course, there's one thing probably I've not mentioned to you. Last year, government was doing a little bit of survey. I'm hoping I'll capture that. The problem with the 2025 data is that it's getting ready now for so many. And then the Western region was found to have an unproportionate number of young people. The youth bulge that we've been talking about in Kenya has started, and effectively it is in the West.
Yes.
Up to 47, according to the reporting I had from a governor.
Yeah.
He told me from what they had the initial was that 47% of the population are people aged 18 and 27. And they say that is extremely dangerous. They don't know how yet to deal with that.
Okay.
They say that compared to the rest of Kenya, if you go to Kakamega today, almost half the population are young people who are not children. hope you.
They're young adults.
They are young people who are not children. And it is really, really, really a challenge for people who are planning from the back end. And that phenomenon cuts across the entire, what we will call the Western region. When we talk about the Western region, is this thing both North and South Kavirondo. Say that is the biggest problem they are having. Those people do not know the language of their grandfathers.
No,
they do not know the history of Mau Mau struggle and everything else. They just want to make their lives work. And that is why stories of have you realized, like when Murkomen was saying the other day that in Western, specifically in Kakamega, everybody has got a gun. Every politician, you saw him saying that he was going to deal with that. That was a whole different vehicle. He will deliver this back. That is how efficient that network works on that end. Yeah.
Right. Maliba, the reason we invited you here today was to talk about zoning, but clearly...
We have just spoken of zoning, in case you didn't know.
we want to talk about the ODM kind of zoning that has been in the headlines lately. And and one of the biggest issues, and we even discussed it here sometime this week with Honorable Kaluma, and I think someone else I'm forgetting, is that there are those who are for or against. Now, you are in charge of a political party. Which way is the best? Zoning, or we leave it to the gods?
First of all, before we talk about that zoning, it will be important to actually say that when broad-based started,
yes,
when the broad-based government started, or rather when ODM got into the broad-based arrangement, their issues were being discussed at the presidential level. Since I am a former UDMite, I can then tell you that the Kenya Kwanza administration has got about 7 hierarchies of authority. There are 7 layers of authorities. At the top is the president himself, the supreme leader, mkuu mwenyewe. That one is an absolute office holder. Under him are people who hold semi-fluid team. Some of them known, others not publicly known. I call them the enablers and his pillars. Then below that, then now you find the cabinet. Here, the cabinet, we're going to find the Kindikis of this world. That is layer 3, the Mama DVD and the others. That is their level of influence. There are people even within cabinet who might not even be able to see the president for a whole month, even if they had anything urgent. But somebody else who is not a cabinet officer can actually do that and get through very fast. So that is layer 3. The cabinet is actually layer 3. Then layer 4 are now the enforcers, millennials, the real people who are running government. They don't hold big positions. Probably the highest among them could be a PS.
Okay.
These others hold very, very funny.
The majority will be at the director level, not even PS.
Those are the enforcers now. Some of them are not even workers, of public officer workers. Ruthless cartel, people who make things work. If they say your business ends here, it ends here. That is level 4. And then now there's level 5. That's where the political party falls. The political party decision will have to go through this layer of young crocodilian or rather serpentine team to sift through if their interests work, if these ones know how to convert policy to money. If policy does not turn into cash, no one doesn't want it. So today, I've taken you through that level.
Yes.
I wouldn't go to the level 6 and 7 so that then you see how far ODM has fallen. That today, ODM's issues are being addressed at level 5. It has been, and that is not delegation. It's called dismissal. In politics and power, that is dismissal. When the president was the guy dealing with the ODM issues, now it has gone down to level 5. It's Hassan Omar that is engaging. Gladys Wanga. It's Hassan Omar that is answering back.
Hassan anatetea Wandai.
That is a functionary, performative power at level 5. That is a messenger. He's the guy who's now dealing with Oburu and everything. Everything on this zoning thing is between Hassan and ODM. And it's Hassan Omar versus, and that is level 5 of in the hierarchy. As in, I just wanted to demonstrate to you how far and how low the broad-based arrangement has actually fallen. Now, the president is busy. He is no longer interested to deal with the Kalumas of this world. He has delegated, and in my world, that is dismissing them now. He has delegated Hassan Omar to deal and address them. And I will tell you, in his structure, that is tier 5. Before that, those issues will be canvassed. In his person, when Baba was alive, that issue would actually have been dealt with at the apex. Now, it cannot even be dealt by Madividi. It's now lower than Madividi. Even Kindiki is higher in dealing with these issues. They have given it to us.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Madividi is PCS Mudavadi.
Yes. But you see, for the zoning as ODM is actually pushing it, zoning, of course, is a strategy to consolidate votes, not to, especially when you have got a coalition or you are working together. And you know that in some areas, and that thing really used to work in urban areas or in a region where a third party can threaten you guys. But largely, urban areas will be the best. Like, in Nairobi, in a general election, you can win an election with as little as 26-27% of the votes cast, so long as it's a first past the post position. So, in Dagoretti North, for example, let me give you, I ran in Dagoretti North in the last election.
Yes.
I was in what was called Azimio then, on the DAPK. So, Jubilee was in Azimio.
Yes.
ODM was in Azimio, but the big boys of Azimio were Jubilee and ODM.
Right.
So the current MP had run on Jubilee. She was a member of Jubilee, even as a speaker at the county assembly. She was a Jubilee member. She was still a Jubilee candidate when we were going to elections until the last moment when she left Jubilee and came to ODM. So Jubilee says they cannot field. She goes to ODM. ODM does not do nominations. That is the fear why people are saying, if there's going to be zoning, then all of us, if I am in Wiper, I'm in ODM, or just giving an example, like if I am in UDA and you, traditional probably let's say Silas Jakakimba is in UDA, right? Mili Mabona is in ODM. So if there's going to be zoning and we are having a joint ticket, then we should have joint nominations. I don't know if you are getting that.
I'm getting you.
Because the reason why people are actually fighting zoning the way it's being sold, these guys are not telling you the truth.
Yes.
Is that zoning for these guys is direct tickets. So I'll tell you in Dagoretti North, all of us sit around, and I do not want to invoke things, especially for those people that are departed. We are put into a room, we are told, when we go to the ground, calm your forces down, everybody bring your forces down. Hii mkutano ni ya baba, kusikwe na kelele. You get to Kawangware, at the meeting, by the time you realize how the driving has been done, your car has been edged Kombali. So if you didn't have the memo, you realize that the competitor's car is next to the principal's, and then the MC on the other side. You guys have been edged out. And then, like for example, I'll use Dagoretti North. Baba says, kwanzia juu mpigie mimi na Martha, mpigie Igathe kama governor, then mpigie women rep, na hata hapa mpigie mtu Azimio. He does not mention ODM. Mpigie mtu wa Azimio. Na huyo mtu si mwingine ila, then mkono ya mama inainuliwa.
And that's it. Na akasema hao wengine nitawapanga. You remember Bahati had tried to protest in Mathare. It didn't work. I don't know if you remember that. I remember.
Oh yes.
So
he was very emotional about it.
He cried.
A lot of us had tried to actually protest and say, can we have joint nominations, as opposed to bunching us together and then endorsing one person. Now, then once Baba that time akisema hawa wengine tumeongea na nimewapanga, and people saw you coming from a meeting. How do you convince the people in Kawangware that hiyo kuongea tuliongea huko sio hii yenye amesema hapa? Between wewe na yeye, even in hierarchy of legitimacy, if legitimacy was a thing, whom do people believe?
Of course Baba.
They believe Baba. Sema nyinyi tulieni, Baba amesema
tutawapanga,
atawatafutia kazi. Hiyo mambo inaishia hapo. So the zoning that these guys are looking for in Nyanza specifically is the zoning of direct nomination, where other people are technically locked out of the race. In practice, that is what it is. Wachana na hii kizungu mingi unaiona hapa hivi. I don't want even to discuss that from a policy perspective, a legal and whatever. No, tactically what these guys want ni kuwa all of you will be shepherded and told, if today Jakakimba left, or even Aroko left whatever hiyo tete yake and ended up in ODM, first of all, delegates wataambiwa mupigie watu wa ODM asili. This one is a late comer.
And that's dog whistle communication. You will not know.
Yes.
But that is what has been communicated.
So you get in there. So even if he were to come in, so politicians already know that if I were to go in here, hiyo ni kichinjio. Remember that's why Raila, for example, will say when going to Kasarani, Kasarani siendi tena, hiyo ni kichinjio. You remember when they were being told, you guys just come, kujeni tutupatane Kasarani tufanye hiyo nomination. Remember they had an issue with the presidential candidate chosen. They knew exactly what was going to happen. They were not in control of the delegates. They were not in control of the system. So you come to Kasarani and people embarrass you by not physically beating you, but you losing. And once you lose in that particular sitting, you can't come out and tell people that niliibiwa. Ulienda kutafuta nini? Raia watakuuliza ulienda kutafuta nini. And that is why, like for example, some of us, hata tukichapwa street when we were working for UDA, yes, you cannot come and cry out umechapwa, because raia watakuuliza na ulikuwa unafanya nini huko. Nani alikutuma huko? So technically what these guys are fighting for, and also on the other side, UDA actually knows how to encroach very well. In Kakamega, which is my village county, almost everyone on ODM is going to run on UDA. You see, Kakamega used to be Baba's stronghold. But ODM could not even field in Malava. And the governor of Kakamega is an ODM. He is the chairperson of ODM in the county. And they could not field a candidate
in Malava
because UDA knows how to encroach. And they have normalized. So, and you see, again, the other thing is that a lot of these ODM politicians are people who benefited from patronage. Some of these
they were not necessarily the most.
They were not the best.
The most popular candidates.
Actually, let me be a little bit crude and just tell you this. Have you realized that since Baba left, the experts that he donated to government are increasingly looking ordinary, clueless? And now you start to think that even the people the president had initially, some of them were much better than these guys. When a CS in charge of petroleum tells you, he's asked what oil we produce in Turkana, and he tells you that we have good quality oil that comes from the ground, you start to have a problem. Yeah. Look at my relative, my uncle, the CS for cooperatives. He's almost a ghost worker. Even when they are launching.
Arnold.
Have you seen Nyota?
we know of Nyota, yes.
Yes. Who shines in Nyota? The PS and the president. It doesn't look like that ministry has got a CS.
And it is his ministry.
It is his ministry. He should be the guy headlining it. But the PS, Susan, and the president are the only people you can remember every time you talk about Nyota.
Arnold.
Do I give you another example?
No, if we were to be fair to your uncle,
he's not a ghost worker.
No, I'm just saying that he has always been a little self-effacing. He doesn't push himself to the fore.
I knew him as a minister for planning. I knew him when we were doing Vision 2030, and I also knew him as a governor. And,
yes.
And I can tell you that in that particular place he is in, a lot of times you think he's a semi-ghost work, as in he's like a Form 1 during our times, there to be seen and not to be heard. And then now we have got a proper ghost worker, the CS for EAC, a school. When is the last time you saw her? If you met her in the street, would you even tell her? What does she do? As in, would you tell her from the crowd? A school. BT is a school. The CS for EAC. She's also an expert that was donated to Baba. So the truth is that
donated by Baba.
Yes. The truth is that those people had a shine. They looked like they were performing. That shine was Raila's shine. It's the same thing that a lot of these people you see in Nyanza, the current members of parliament in Nyanza, Western, some of them even from Coast and the areas that Baba used to control. Most of those people did not have their own substance. It was Baba's shine. It was Baba's quality. And now that Baba is not there, they are looking for ways of protecting themselves. So but UDA knows too well that we've pushed these guys in a corner. Why can't we just make the kill?
So in places like
why not just field our own candidates?
Yes, why just field? Because if I can help you mobilize an NDC, I give you money to do everything else. Why can't I do it directly? And now the bridge and the barrier that was there has been removed because now we are in broad-based. Baba brought these people into. In fact, by the way, the people in Nyanza who are going to vote for Baba, for Ruto, they are going to do that whether the current leaders of ODM say yes or no. Because Baba already did the bridging. Today, tell me who in ODM can actually tell people, tumetoka broad-based.
Even if they do, what will the effect be?
No, that's what I'm saying. The effect should be in the people. Who in ODM today?
Sifuna.
Probably Sifuna and a few people. But then, again, the tribal card will be pulled on him. Then they will say, he's a Westerner. At the moment, you cannot convince the crowd that is already sold to William Ruto in Nyanza that Gladys today gets angry and says, tunatoka broad-based. What watamuuliza, tuende wapi?
But let me ask you a simple question. What quarrel do the people of that region have with William Ruto?
None.
That's the whole point.
William Ruto already, not Raila Odinga already, that is the cross that did the atonement. Raila already brought them to this other side, and as such, you're not going to tell those people any other thing. So, these leaders already know. They want to actually bind William Ruto to go into some of those favors they will get from Raila. They want to try and extract the same level of favors now. Which for me, I do not think UDA does not respect that. That is why now the president is not addressing it. His political strategies are not addressing it. They have left it to us as Secretary General of a party who, if you know how Kenya Kwanza works, is tier 5. You see a lot of noise. Even Kaluma was here. You have seen a lot of noise on zoning, right?
He was actually here on phone, but yes, he was on the show.
Have you heard the presidency talk about it? He's busy dealing with the Nyandarua issues. He's busy dealing with other issues.
But let me ask you then, where does it leave the Linda Mwananchi group as far as that is concerned?
Linda Mwananchi is which one?
Yeah, kina Sifuna.
The lifeline of, if ODM were to try exact the kind of fear, it could be a new generation. There are always versions. Like, for example, I have been reading history. And then I realized that Jaramogi had the moral authority to speak softly and tell people, do not go to town today. What Raila was doing apparently wasn't his own thing, if, for those who know history. And the problem is that now that history is not very much available for these people. These boycotts were started by his father, saying do not go. Raila had an enforcement mechanism. He had got a team that had a little bit of what I would call the violent arm. If you go to Kisumu, you will be dealt with. But his father had the moral authority to softly speak and say, do not go to town tomorrow. Boycott going to work. And there is no one in town.
Literally
no one in town. That is a lot of history people do not know here. You know, today people run away. When Raila was around, people will run away because they were afraid.
Those fellows get into town.
you will meet you will meet people who will remind you that you should not be here. But during his father's time, when Jaramogi spoke, you did not struggle to. It's a moral authority. Raila had an enforcement mechanism. Now, the people who have got some level of that, some level of Raila breed, are the people in Linda Mwananchi.
Okay.
If that was anchored in ODM, ODM would have some level of being able to inspire what I would call a riot in the city.
Man, Arnold, wacha nikusimamishe tu hapo, because I will make a request. Ukipatikana next week, please let that conversation continue. We have got to come to a stop.
Our politics work very fast.
Yes.
Next week it could be something else.
Why not?
Don't
Even
worry.
better.
We can discuss everything at the same time.
Yeah. I want to bring in the news because our next guest has also arrived. We're going to be talking about matters to do with the law. So don't go too far. We will be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Elimu Bora Working Group says Kenya's competency-based curriculum rollout was rushed and poorly implemented. Policy and Strategy Advisor Boaz Waruku says the process was influenced by tender interest, leading to flawed textbooks and weak execution in schools. He also claims that 12 billion Kenya shillings education reform grant was misused and says key oversight bodies were never properly established, worsening challenges in public schools.
So I'm situating that because this is where the problem is. The tenders and the business interest and all that, so that everybody is almost being driven or pulled by the nose through what is it, the business that they're making, and not necessarily thinking of simple basics like when we are transitioning at the PP1, PP2. What are the learning needs that we require there? How can we cost them? Or what do they cost on the basis of the environment?
Right.
Things which you do remember, CS was being asked in Naivasha by parliamentarians, and he had no clue. He actually owned up and said he has no idea how much it costs to educate a child at pre-primary, at primary and senior school, junior secondary school and senior school.
Yeah, this is now Professor Bitok.
The CS Ogamba was asked, and of course he had his Bitok. If Bitok knew, you know, if your boss is suffering, you will come to his aid.
You come in, yes, yeah.
Busia Senator Okiya Omtata has urged the High Court to permanently stop the disputed Lang'ata affordable housing project. Omtata argues that the project violates the constitution, lacked proper public participation, and could pose aviation safety risks. In court submissions, he says the project was launched without adequate public involvement, including failure to make radio announcements or properly engage affected communities as required by law.
It can be concluded that land use changes is a major threat to the safety and security of the Wilson Airport. This is evidenced by setting up of major shopping malls near the airport, proximity of Uhuru Gardens to the airport, adjacent Nairobi National Park, multimedia Mitumba slums, and upcoming high-rise developments. And if you the question of the high-rise development, you'll find that even what was allowed by the civil aviation is not what is being implemented, because if you look at the building that are putting up in that area, if you look at in terms of meters that have been given, you are talking of a building like Rahimatullah Tower out here. So those are very huge buildings that are going to be erected.
Jihadists have killed several troops, including Brigadier General, in an attack on a military base in northeast Nigeria. According to local government and intelligence sources, the incident marks the second time in 5 months that a senior officer has been killed in such attacks. In a separate surge of violence, at least 90 people have been killed in multiple remote villages since Sunday night, according to an AFP tally based on reports from local, humanitarian and church sources and compiled by and filed by AFP. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. City Muga is in the studio, and we do have the Principal Magistrate and Head of Secretariat Court Annexed Mediation, that is Honorable Grace Sitati. And we want to talk about the role of mediation in resolving family, children, and succession disputes. So why don't you buckle up, and especially kama uko na hizo issues, this would be the right time to take a pen and paper. But before we start our conversation, Your Honor, we usually have this thing called methali or a proverb. CT shares it, and then you give us your interpretation of it. And since I'm sure you give interpretations on a daily, this is actually something that you're used to. So CT, over to you.
Yes, the good thing that is in Kiswahili. So we can give it as many variations as we think is necessary.
Why not?
Our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the Republic of Kenya. He had asked me which region. I told him, I'm not getting into that.
I hope it's from Western.
This one is definitely from Western, but it is in Kiswahili.
It must be food first. Yes.
I am not commenting on that one.
No comment.
Kufanikiwa maishani unahitaji vitu viwili. Ujinga na ujasiri.
Okay.
Yes.
I wouldn't say deep. Ujinga. And I'm a principal magistrate.
Yes.
Now let's start from ujasiri.
Yeah.
Ujasiri is courage.
Yes.
Me coming here being a magistrate to be cross-examined by City and Paul must be ujinga. But then I must be brave enough because I'm looking at my duty to promote ADR. Okay? So naangalia malengo ya judiciary.
Kabisa.
Ili tuweze kupromote
Yes.
ADR. Lakini upumbavu wangu ni kwamba nitakaa hapa ili muweze kuniuliza maswali. Kwa hivyo I've submitted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Spoken like a judge, by the way.
Sasa sisi tunataka tukuhakikishia kwamba kuja kwako hapa sio ujasiri peke yake, lakini ni hekima.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Yes.
All right. Let's get into this conversation. Yeah, the role of mediation in resolving family, children, and succession disputes. Because you are, experienced in this particular field, just how often? I think it's very often, but just how bad is the situation as far as family disputes and succession or children disputes are concerned? Like, what is the situation from where you sit, if you look at it from a country perspective?
Okay. I sit here as the head of the Mediation Secretariat. But again, I'm also a principal magistrate in the family division. On a daily basis, I hear about 8 divorce causes.
8?
8.
Daily?
Daily. And I'm an administrator. So you can imagine someone who's not having administrative duties. I can tell you it's about 20 matters.
Daily?
Daily.
So you go to the office at 4 in the morning?
Yes. That is administratively because there's no hearing. You'll hear at 4 a.m.
Yes.
We are looking at the files.
Yes.
We are looking at the petitions, the answer to petitions. Majorly, divorce is an issue. And remember, if we've invested and we have matrimonial property, we have to divide that property. But before you divide, you must divorce.
Come again?
I'm saying,
yes.
Wacha tuseme kwa ujasiri wetu, tunapooleka, kuna malengo, sio?
Kabisa.
Tuna watoto, tuna familia. Kwa hivyo, we will invest in property, matrimonial property, that will get in the course of marriage. Lakini muda tutakapo kosana pale, mapenzi yatakapo punguka, kuna jambo la kugawanya ile mali tuliyopata katika ndoa. Na ili uweze kugawanya hiyo mali, sheria inasema kwamba lazima tukue na divorce.
Okay. So if this is the property we need to divide this for.
Yes, the one that we got in the course of the marriage.
Yes. We need first of all to be divorced so that we can decide who gets this phone or how it will be divided. Okay.
Because otherwise we still hold it as matrimonial property. But then you are no longer together. You can't hold property together. We need to now divide it. So that is how we are getting a lot of divorces. But also, remember from the point of the woman, when the man goes getting property, it's registered in whose name? The man.
Yeah.
But then this is property gotten in the course of the marriage. We must then dissolve that marriage for me to go with what I would call my contribution to that marriage. Whether or not I paid money or not. Sweetie, you are looking at me badly. I contributed. I raised your children.
I am not looking at you badly, Justice. What I am doing is I'm paying keen attention to what you're saying.
Yes.
Because, let me tell you where my mind was as you're speaking. I was thinking about the hidden role that women play in the accumulation of this property and how it is that it will play out in divorce. That's actually where my mind was.
Great.
Yes.
And that applies also for if my wife got property and I was the one who's sitting at home.
Yes.
No, if she got property before she married you, it's a completely different story.
But if she got property while we are together, then that one also is on the table for division.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Wow. What happened? Sorry.
No. The what if I'm one of these layabout, fairly non-functional husbands who actually doesn't do very much? Literally. Apart from having participated in the siring of children.
You keep me happy. When I go to work, I'm able to give my best version and I'm able to acquire property. Yeah,
so that is your contribution.
Yeah, so.
Very good.
You are seeing something.
No. It is an interesting perspective.
Yeah.
It tells me that in this particular matter of divorce, the court has given this thing a proper 360.
Yes.
They look at everything that could actually qualify as a contribution.
Yes.
And it doesn't have to be material.
Okay.
It could be spiritual, could be social. Yes. And how do you quantify it?
That is now what comes to court. Okay? And the conversation has been around now mediation.
Yes.
Okay? So you'll find a divorce case. I'll be hearing a divorce case and I can see this is where they're headed. When they come from my court, they want to divide matrimonial property. Divorce, you can't divorce by consent. That is the law.
What do you mean?
You can't come and say we've agreed to let the court adopt this mediated settlement agreement that we've agreed to stay apart.
Why
it has
can't
to
you?
be by court order.
But
that is the law.
But we didn't ask the court when we're getting married. Why must we now ask them when we've agreed? We agreed, we got married.
Yes.
Now we've agreed, we want to part.
Actually, you asked the law, but
yes.
Tell us.
You actually, in fact, the law around the Marriage Act 2014 is that you must register that union. That is what we need to know, and kila mtu anafaa ajue.
It doesn't matter whether it's traditional, but
yes.
you must register.
Currently, lazima tuweke kwa register.
And if you had not registered, what then?
That is now the work of the court. Now to declare whether there's a valid marriage, especially post 2014, post the Marriage Act 2014. Yeah, you'll have a problem. But at least there's a saving clause saying because you already had a valid marriage by the law, we will assume that it is marriage. It subsists. Okay? But post 2014, you're getting married when the law requires you to register your union. Okay? Yes.
So let's just, so that I can understand the pre and the post. You say 2014, right?
Yes, Marriage Act came in 2014.
Yeah. So let's assume we're dealing with my grandparents who obviously got married way before this century.
Yes.
But they didn't register it anywhere. It's not registered with the chief or, Sharia house. No, basically, people know because they gave birth to us. And then they decided to divorce in their 90s, yeah? So, and my grandfather has all this, property that, will obviously be in contention here. What laws are you going to use? Are you going to use 2014 laws or are you going to use pre-2014 laws? Just help me understand.
Let me help you understand that. That's why I said there's the saving clause. So you have this new law that comes post 2014, but your grandparents got married before 2014, so they'll apply the law that
of that time.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but these ones who are getting married post 2014, it's a requirement that whether you get married in the forest, unajua mkioana kule mstuni, lakini lazima mlete. It must be registered.
Okay. All right. Now I get you. I
Because
understand.
I can look at you and I can see you can get me a Mercedes, and we decide let's come into a come we stay union.
Yes.
But you did not desire to marry me post 2014. But me, I'm eyeing your Mercedes, and I know after 1 year I'm going to say that now I want to be separated from Yes.
So, Mheshimiwa, help me understand why some of these cases take a long time. It's me and my partner. We are alive. We are available. But it drags and takes time. And 3 years later, we are still answering the same things. What is usually the issue? Is it that the judge is busy? My lawyers are busy? We haven't agreed? What is the issue?
Right. And at least now I'll have a breather to speak about mediation.
Yes.
So there are a number of things that happen. I can come, and I'll go back to the divorce case, for instance. I can just want to frustrate the person I call my husband, take him through a court process. It will tie so many issues. And if we are going back to customary marriages which are not registered, if my husband starts looking at me and he can see that I probably want to, bring him out of the matrimonial property, the most cleverest thing for him to do is probably come and file a petition for divorce. So that once I find that they were married, then he comes for what was required in the course of the marriage. You see, so the intention of parties coming to court is different. We should never assume that they are all coming to divorce. And so if I just want to frustrate my partner, I could even take 4 years. I'll do a preliminary objection. I will make sure all my relatives in the village are sick. And I'm happy nowadays we have a virtual court. I'll tell you, log in. It'll just take you 10 minutes to tell me what you want to tell me.
Yes.
But you can imagine someone telling you, my mother is dead, I must take part in the proceedings. The other party is also telling you, yeah, must. But the most interesting bit about the divorce cases, and I'll tell you, I woke up today morning and I saw my husband with mpango wa kando. Of course, my emotions go running everywhere. And I want to warn him that wewe, si mimi I'm the breadwinner, takutoa kwa hii nyumba. I file a divorce petition. But in the CM family court right now, ole wako, and it's good that I tell the public this.
Yeah.
You file your petition today, in about 6 months we have divorced you. So you cannot use it to threaten your best or ex-better half, right? We used to use it so that we tell the other person, please stay in shape.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, I am handling petitions filed in November 2025. If I hear it, a judgment comes. If you are coming to threaten me with a divorce petition,
ole wako.
Yes. So we see things also like withdrawals. So back to your question about why it takes a lot of time. People come to court seeking different issues. It could be, I just want kutesa huyu mwingine.
I'll be very honest, because I went through that process. Mine took a very short time, 8 months. But I've seen some that have taken
a long while,
a very long time, and it just makes me wonder.
It has everything to do with the parties. Okay? Because today if I say, no, we are proceeding, the other party will say, declare your interest. What is your interest? And then the next time you see City saying, Honorable Sitati is interested in the respondent. Then you saying you must proceed. But then for mediation,
yes,
the rules talk of 60 days. Once the court refer the matter to mediation, then the mediator must only take 60 days if it is court referred.
Yes.
If the parties, their terms will tell you, yes, 60 days have expired, but tulikuwa tumenusa suluhisho, we allow them to extend by 10 days.
Only 10.
Now, there's also another catch. Both parties can tell us we want more than 10 days. We tell them, put it in writing. Because we recognize that the reason why we brought mediation is so that we do not have cases staying in court for the 3 years you're talking about.
Yes.
And it could be worse. So what are the odds that both parties will agree to postpone the matter unless their interests are aligned? So we say, put it down in writing that over and above the 60 days, we are almost reaching an agreement. Give us more time. then we extend.
And do they have to specify the time they want? Like, give us 10 days.
If it's a consent,
that,
if it's a consent, you know, it's party driven. Mediation is party driven.
Yes.
So we leave it because these are both parties. And I'm saying it's not possible that both parties want to delay unless their interests are aligned. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when it comes to children, of course, that's a very touchy issue. We people like I keep on reading online that this party has, you know, how can I acha niseme na Kiswahili, kuna huyu partner ametoroka na watoto, maybe ameenda akawaficha ushago kwao, tuseme Turkana. It obviously makes the process a little bit difficult, doesn't it? Because now there's someone who feels aggrieved and there's someone who feels entitled on the other end. So now, how does the court direct that? Does it deal with that one, or does it direct it to mediation, or do you deal with the fact that, first of all, there are some children missing here? How does the court deal with that?
So this is a case that is already in court. It's a children case. And then one of the parties saying, I'm not having access to my children.
Yes.
So of course that's a preliminary issue that the court must determine, because you can't tell him nakubembeleza urudishe watoto. You know. Yeah. That's a preliminary issue that the court must determine before taking to mediation. Because remember, if you're telling them to now talk about an issue that must have a formal determination, then one party gets to be is in a position higher than the other party. You understand?
True.
It's just like the way injunctions operate. I have an injunction, I'll not be in a hurry to complete that case. Okay, so it's the same position. The court now must make a determination before you refer the parties to mediation.
To mediation. Okay. And what is that determination usually? How does it look like?
Yeah, I can see you're really fixing me to some corner. Okay, all cases are not the same.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to imagine what the parties will present as the reason why I took my kids from the comforts of Nairobi to Turkana. Maybe it's the fear that you are even going to drive them out of jurisdiction, and so on and so forth. Then I am desperate enough to take the kids to Turkana. But, of course, the court has to listen to the facts and also the fact that both parties are entitled to have parental rights and responsibilities. Then you balance it out, and then the best interests of the child will always be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Those who are involved in mediation,
yes,
beyond an understanding of the law,
yeah,
that is, if of course they're legally trained,
yes,
is it a requirement for them to have an understanding of counseling?
I like that question, especially for the child-centric mediation.
Yes.
We do not, we have not reached the point where we have specialized. I'll tell you that until late July, we started having tax appeal mediators, and then November, Court of Appeal mediators. We now have, we also have banking mediators. But now for the child-centric ones, we give it like an additional requirement. We do have trainings where the Children's Court undertake webinars for the mediators so that they are taught about the counseling, emotional intelligence. Yes, but we do not make it a requirement that for you to mediate cases in the Children's Court, then you must have undergone counseling. But I'll tell you again that a number of our mediators have taken it up, counseling.
What I ask is, if I think of the subject of divorce, and I think of just the nature of it, where the very elements that bring these two individuals together, we are now dealing with the complete negation of it. And beyond what is stipulated as the problem, I think what is stipulated is an eventuality. It is the manifestation of a problem that existed.
Yes.
And mediation, the court can't actually do this, but mediation can go into it.
Yes.
and figure out, okay, what really went wrong so that this started manifesting. Because you can part ways, but it doesn't have to be adversarial to the point where it has a burnt earth, scorched earth policy, where you want to damage each other as much as you possibly can. Because now that's fury. It's not even anger, it's fury. The thing that causes it, it is the reason why I asked about the counseling element. Because when children are involved, that explosive situation works terribly for the children.
Terribly. Wanasema nyasi.
Yes.
Sindio?
Yes.
Ngomba nao.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it'll scar those children for life.
Yes, that's true. It's very important, apart from even the counseling bit, emotional intelligence, to just be self-aware. Because what are the odds that I'm a mediator and myself I have the same issues back at home?
Did you ask what are the odds?
Yes.
Yes.
You'd be shocked.
So I'm just saying that yes, we require them to undergo a 40-hour training course through the mediation training institutions. But over and above that, they really must have this interest of resolving matters. And that interest will not come from, in fact, I'm just quickly thinking of what Albert Einstein says, that the geniuses, the intellectuals, okay, they want to problem solve. So I look at a matter as a judicial officer and all I can see is a ruling and the judgment.
Yes.
But the geniuses want to get to the root of the problem, and those are the mediators.
They do. You see, the mediation is supposed to provide a forum where the issues that have brought about
everything to the table.
Yes. And if I take my mind a little further in this regard, see, I'm reminded of a situation where I witnessed. Trained counselor, you are in a setup where you are doing some work and there are many people. So you hear a noise like someone who is sobbing in the room. And this particular counselor has a patient who is narrating some of the pain they felt in their marriage. And the counselor has joined them in crying.
Yes.
Okay. And
well, that is taking empathy to the next level.
Well, yes, what they were discussing touched a nerve.
Yeah.
I'm going by what Paul was suggesting.
Yes.
So they were now on the same table.
Yes.
Okay? She says this, the counselor adds.
What a way. And then he said, my story. My story is, yours happened that way.
You've understood it.
I've understood it. Yes. I've understood it.
So this particular counselor, I had to tell them, please just take time out, okay? Client, take time, give you 5 minutes, just recollect yourself. Meanwhile, have a soda, have some water, then I will come back and we'll talk a little more. What I'm saying is, you see, the things that bring about something as strong as a divorce, when something equally stronger had brought these two people together, it's not something you want to skirt over, because you want to really understand, so that even when the decision is made, it cannot be said that this decision was made hastily or flimsily. You've actually thought it through, and you've realized actually it's in the interest for these people to part.
Yes. Now, so when the case come as a divorce petition,
yes,
that will never show. If I really want the divorce, I will paint you negatively. I'll tell you. Even if I remember the days you took me to the salon, that will not count. I will only remember the days you did not say good morning, and the days I saw you with some other woman. And that's how, the system is in Kenya. But you see, in mediation, we will have these parties heal. Aseme mtoke. And remember, in mediation, we are not saying that you're going to divorce them by consent. You're going to address the underlying issues that are not in the divorce petition. So they will tell the mediator, hata huyu siku hizi ana snow sana. Better believe it. Snoring could be a major cause. You are interfering with my natural course of sleep.
Yes.
And tomorrow I have to judge. And then, of course, I heard you, City, saying that, we must be careful about the decisions we make. For divorce and any other family-related matters, I believe, for us to have what is envisaged under Article 45 of the Constitution, that is the basic unit, that family, really mediation has to be the conversation. One, because the mediators will not make a decision. Remember, the solution comes from the parties themselves. And how will that solution be arrived at? They will put everything on the table, because that mediator has been trained to help these parties communicate. For me, it's if I have 8, really, and I'll tell you how I operate. I want not to take more than 20 minutes. I'll start by asking, okay, so both petitioner and the respondent, you're there? Yes. How many minutes are you going to take? They'll tell me 10 minutes, 10 minutes. So, of course, nimepanga kazi yangu, and I know by midday, I'm done. So it is one down, judgment gone. Okay? Because that's what parties, expect of us. Unlike mediation, when we refer the matters, they can come back with a no agreement and tell us the parties did not resolve. It's the parties to give us that solution, not mediators. So the mediators do not determine the case. The parties give their own tailored solution. If they don't reach an agreement, luckily for mediators, they can come back to court and say, you know what, you gave us a duty, they have not reached an agreement. You continue with your business of writing a judgment. Sadly, for judicial officers and judges, a judgment must give. We can't say, including this, this offense or this claim is unknown in the law. It's a determination. We must determine. Otherwise, tutambua hatufanyi kazi yetu. Yes.
So, what I hear you saying is that at the end of the day, if mediation doesn't deliver, or the parties feel like this is not getting anywhere, then they understand and they know for a fact that this will definitely go back to a judge. And the judge, chances are, very highly, is going to divorce you people.
I like that. Yeah. I have refused to divorce others. It's not automatic that
you divorce them.
You divorce them, because the law as it is tells us these are the grounds that must be specifically proven for divorce. So when we refer them to mediation, it is our duty to tell them that, look, this is a matter you had filed in court. You wanted a legal determination, but we are telling you that it might go anyhow. I can allow your petition or dismiss it if you don't prove it. Or if the answer to petition, you find the respondent says, mi sijatosheka na bibi yangu, it is a lie. What she's saying is a lie. She just wants to get out of this union because of 1, 2, 3. But in mediation, we'll tell them, just go and try. Go and have a conversation. And what we have seen coming out, for instance, from the matters we've sent to mediation for divorce, they end up talking about division of matrimonial property, how they will maintain their children, who will pay what, the children will be with who, at what given time. That is what normally happens. So that tells you more. That yes, we are divorcing as a couple, but we have so many things that tie us down, but we have resolved. These are the things that are not in the petition.
All right. So again, you have said that there are instances where you dismiss that petition, and then so you're forcing these people to go back and stay together. And the reason I'm asking this is because that maybe I married this lady, and then down the line I realize, hey, apana, she's not my type, as we like saying out here, ausi type yangu. Or I realize, hey, apana,
kuna mwingine type yangu zaidi.
Exactly. So kuna mwingine nimeona maybe na nimependa huyo zaidi kuliko huyu, and I realize if I continue staying here, I'll probably start cheating and probably even continue cheating.
But Paul, how do you relate human beings like you're buying a new model of a car?
I'm asking
that this model mimi ona hainisaidi sana.
City, people make those kinds of mistakes.
They do.
Because I have
really questioning it.
Yeah.
Because you're saying, this one is a saloon.
I usually
want to pick up. I mean, surely.
I usually MC weddings, and there's one specific one that remains in my mind. It was in Buruburu. The groom in the morning, tunangojea bride wafike, the guy is crying, saying that he is not...
He's changed his mind.
Exactly. Because in the last week, the week preceding the wedding...
He's met the love of his life.
He actually reconnected with an ex-girlfriend.
That's good. They have not married.
Yes.
That's good.
So
that's timely.
Imagine now they go on, do this wedding. Everything is legal. They have signed things. Now they are Mr. and Mrs. 6 months down the line, this guy is like Apana.
6 Gani, give it 3.
Okay.
3 months, after 2 weeks.
Yes.
So in such a situation, Your Honor, what happens?
You know, there's a specific paragraph in the petition that says we are not colluding. Because the way the law is coached is once you're getting married, huyo ndo yule mpenzi wako voluntarily. And of course, remember, I started by saying that Article 45 guides us, especially in dealing with matters of family. That basic unit that will determine how then the society will be. So for us to say that the way you can just go to the market and buy mangoes, and then you return and say, I want a better mango. CT is saying that. No. In fact, in court, you can't say that.
Okay.
Yeah. Tunasema by the time you lie to us that you love this woman,
yes,
you're courageous enough, ama ni upumbavu. Ujasiri na upumbavu.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Tunarudi hapo sasa.
You're courageous enough to take a pen and say this is yule ninampenda, we are married. Then let the court now determine. And how is this determination done? There are specific grounds that you must adduce in the court of law, and I must sit down and write niseme hii imetosha mboga.
Okay.
Yeah. If you don't adduce those grounds, we'll dismiss it. You've not proved to the required standard.
So again, these people will go back and continue living with each other.
They will come up with better grounds.
So they need
no. That's on a light touch. That's nothing stops that person from coming back to say, and that's what happens.
Yeah. Because every
time
file
a fresh petition, and you consider it.
Because maybe every time they appear in court, this lady just breaks down.
But you are talking like that. There are times you have a matter and you can see emotions are all over. I'll tell you, these are like the situation you're telling us about your grandmother and your grandfather.
Yes,
you can see this in terms of there's no balance, there's no empower balance. These are two professors, for instance.
Yes.
But the other professor is telling you that I've brought the petition. I love my husband. I have 3 children with this professor of mine. And but the only problem is that alitoka kwa mimi professor akanyemelea msichana wa kazi. I just want him to be brave enough to say hatarudia. Do you think the professor will say sitarudia?
Sangapi.
Exactly. So imagine that situation for a court. This is a woman who's telling you, I love this guy. I really love this guy. Amenikosea kitu moja. But you come with the threat of a petition. So, okay, we courts are normally, can I say used? Is it safe to say used?
No. You are put in an awkward position.
Yes, we are put in a very awkward position because this is evidence coming to you.
Yes.
That I love my husband, but amenikosea. So does the law say ukikosewa go and divorce?
You know, this gets to what we alluded to earlier on. Man, the things you do not know about someone else's marriage.
Yes.
Because even when people have disagreed, there's a limit to what they will actually tell you.
And that's why the safest space is actually that
mediation.
Table.
Yes.
You know what? The mediator does not write proceedings the way me I'm bound by the law to write. I'm a court of record. And when CT comes and maybe you probably want to marry this divorcee, you can actually ask for proceedings so that you know what is this woman bringing on the table. And you judge her according to the proceedings in court. Can you imagine a neater process where you air out your differences? Sometimes they even go and amend their petitions. When they had pleaded, cruelty, this man was doing 1, 2, 3, but they have sorted the underlying issues. I want to divide property. We cannot stay together, but they must bring that petition formally to court.
Okay.
But you've brought them to the table to speak. Otherwise, every dirty thing that you have shared with your wife. I have the duty to record.
Yes.
It's not nice. We have children. Future husbands. If you divorce, we don't assume that umeenda ukiendanga.
Yeah.
Okay? Mediation provides that safe space where parties will not be judged by their children, their grandchildren, and so on and so forth, because there's no record.
Just so you're saying that court proceedings are a matter of public record?
Yes. What I record, you can actually request.
So, yes, and let me ask a specific question. So if I meet a woman who's a divorcee,
today I'm seeing you with a lot of what we call menswear.
Yes.
Yes.
So, yes, I am. So I can actually go to court. I know she's divorced because she has informed me. I can actually go to the court and ask for the record of the petition and everything pertaining to her divorce.
You can actually ask for proceedings, but if you come to the family court, we'll ask you to declare your interest so that we know that, family is quite confidential, but that record is available.
It's available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, City, I see you are empowered.
Not only am I empowered,
Yeah.
Again, that sitting back, let me explain to you where my mind went. There are things we set in motion and we do not realize that we've actually laid bare our souls and our thoughts for the public to know.
Exactly.
That is really what that action you saw was me saying, whoa, so this is what we actually do.
Remember, we do have court assistants, we do have advocates. Advocates can come and peruse on your behalf.
Yes.
Why would you want to lay bare what you have been putting in your bedroom, in the four corners of your houses?
Yes.
Go through a mediation. A mediator is not allowed to have proceedings. Yes.
They don't record nothing.
We do not even give them our court file.
Bas.
When it comes, when if I have the matter and I say this one is suitable for mediation, what I'll do is that we'll open a separate file for mediation. They will not go with our court file.
Okay.
So the parties will file what we call a case summary. And a case summary is not like the petition where you have to air all the dirty laundry. They will just say, this is how I understand my dispute. It could be a one-liner. And so the work of the mediation is to have these parties communicate, which I am not allowed to do.
So at which cases do you determine should go to mediation, and which ones do you deal with personally or directly?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I love that question. I really do. There are questions of law. Questions of law need the court to determine. I started by saying the mediators do not have the power to determine, right?
Yes.
So they are not judges, they are not magistrates. So they cannot write a ruling or a judgment. What we see coming from a mediation session is what we call a mediated settlement agreement. And that settlement agreement comes from the parties themselves. Okay? So if there are issues of determination, hiyo ni chakula ya court.
Yes.
Yeah, I have to sit down and write all the rulings and the law dennings that I've been taught throughout my law school.
Right.
And give a determination. Anything that needs a determination or a formal, like a declaration of rights and so on and so forth, that is the work of the court. Public interest litigation is the work of the court.
Yes.
Okay. Then there are issues of domestic violence and so on and so forth. That falls under the court. But succession, marehemu ameenda, mali si yako. Kwani hamwezi kukaa kama mandugu ili muweze kusemezana?
Na kuna will pia.
Kuna will ndio, lakini labda mimi nimeona marehemu amekwenda, alafu amewacha ndugu wangu mwenye namjua. Hamwezi kusemezana?
Mnaweza, mnafaa.
Ndio hapo.
But that's what gets to the heart of the matter. What really is the issue?
Exactly.
Yes.
And you see, for me as a court, I'll look at the petition.
Yes.
And I'll say, I'm bound by these pleadings. But when they go to the mediation session, they unbundle it.
Yes.
Hapo. That hapana. Kwanza wewe ulikuwa unapenda ile property yenye. Ulikuwa unalima pale. Because if you come under the law, I'll tell you the law allows you to share your property equally. But between you guys, you can agree and say, no, sincerely, my brother has been on the ground. I'm married elsewhere, for instance. Let me just take an acre to just remember my parents. I can't do that.
Okay.
Because the law tells me equal for the beneficiaries.
The mediator's role seems to be fairly enormous and critical. I'm going to explain where my mind went. When we see this discussion about mediation and marriage, we are talking about people who are married. And I'm thinking of something that is being discussed now. Young men who do not want to get married.
But they want to have children.
Yes, they do. Essentially, they are those who say, they don't want responsibilities. Okay, that is what appears to be the, yes, but I know there are very many young women who also have no wish to get married. So what is it about the institution that people suddenly feel, especially a certain generation, that this thing not necessary?
I started by saying the way we have so many divorce causes. Lakini kwa hapo awali we never used to. Sisi tulikuwa tunaona our parents wakivumilia.
Actually, the kuvumilia was because of the social construct within which one they were brought up in and one in which they lived. The friends they had were close enough to act as mediators.
Yes, I like that concept.
Yes.
Yes.
There are people who could be listened to. You knew, if I have a problem, if I speak to so and so and they speak to so and so, it is easy for us to find common ground. And also in that time, when people had a problem and the lady went back to the home she had come from, the man would be summoned.
Yes.
So there was a mediation process. They'd be summoned to come and explain. And the man came with his people. And this discussion took place. And it was a whole day affair.
Kabisa.
Okay.
It could take even months.
Yes, and you could be told you just go back and come back another day.
Yes.
And at some point they would be asked if she wants to go back. Okay. If she didn't, then you see, as far as they were concerned, that matter was settled. Okay. But it really took time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Remember, when you have an issue with your wife, and you now have to bring your brothers and cousins and fathers, if they're alive, to go and be judged, and of course the lady is going to complain and say what you did.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
And there are things probably these
you don't even want your parents
yes,
to know.
So it is mentioned and look at you, ask you what is wrong with you.
What's wrong? Like what's wrong with you?
What is the matter with you?
And that's what we now get in onto the table, the neutral arbiter, the neutral mediator, who comes in not judging you, because remember, if I'm talking to, say, my mother, she will start telling me, but mimi kwa wakati wangu, hiyo hata si shida. So now we have a mediator who sits there not to judge you, but to help you communicate kilicho rohoni. Useme ikutoke.
Do you know what is interesting? I had the privilege of growing up at a time when I met some of these individuals in the community who would be brought in because they were considered to be good arbitrators. Okay? And when you listen to the way they talked and the way they asked questions, you realize they're actually fairly neutral. But they also had knowledge.
Yes. Those are arbitrators.
Yes.
Because their work is to determine.
Yes. And for instance, there are some they would say, but so and so.
So kuna makosa.
Yeah, maybe hukuambiwa vizuri. But you see this man, I'm his father's age mate. His father is exactly like that.
And they would guide you and tell you where rudi nyumbani bwana. But you see, for the mediators, it's different.
Yes.
They want you to be at a level you're communicating, and everything non-verbal and verbal shows that you want to go home. It's not the way wazee walikuwa nakwambia sasa wewe unakaa hapa sijui nini. That's what now the angle of mediation brings out. That the parties themselves have seen, okay, maybe I'm overreacting, or maybe I was not listened to. Now I've been listened to, I can go back. And it is them who give that suggestion.
And also remember the community, the social construct that one found in an African setting.
Yes.
That in itself brought about an element of accountability. Yeah, because you didn't need to ask somebody. Somebody could come and tell you, Nani, your wife has told me about, and this is your friend, and you wouldn't chase them.
Yes, you would hear them
because you would know that this person means you well. If we look at modern times and the way people relate and the way they deal with their problems, somebody will ask AI.
That is it. What are the signs? What are the signs of not being loved in a relationship? And it will tell you.
AI will tell you.
Utapewa chai. So they say bam.
itakwambia that's a very good question. Here are 3 reasons why.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I read some questions here or
Yes,
some
please.
comments at
Yes,
the very
please.
least?
Yes, please.
Eriko Ward is saying that's why prenup is important. Do we have prenups in Kenya?
We have them, but do we stick to them?
I thought they were binding.
They're very binding, yes.
Yes.
When you're doing a prenup, what is it you're communicating? That we are in this.
It's transactional.
No, not only that, you begin from a position of mistrust.
Yes. That is the communication. And it's, sorry to say, a Mzungu thing.
It is a Mzungu thing.
It is a Mzungu thing.
Okay.
So, Eric, just to answer you, yes, they're there. But being the African or the Kenyan people that we are.
Yeah. But if we came before a judge or a magistrate,
yes, it is binding.
Okay.
Yes.
Kelvin Wanyonyi anasema Mbuvi, nina maswali kwa hakimu. What are some of the most common reasons for divorce? Who initiates divorce more between men and women?
Siku hizi ni equal measure.
Okay.
Siku hizi, you know, there was a time we were used to writing the divorce judgments in the, her, she, nowadays equal.
Okay.
For Christian marriages, civil marriages, Hindu, Islamic and customary. We have cruelty. We have, right now, we have something we call irretrievable breakdown of the marriage.
Okay.
We just can't seem to... We don't share visions and stuff
just
like
don't
that.
Get along.
Yeah, adultery is the one most African, like City would say. That's not African. We are largely polygamous. That's what City is saying.
Paul, umesikia hiyo?
Clearly City.
Yani is hapa. Ametaja adultery. Next sentence. City here.
Acha nikwambie.
I told you you are screaming all signs of menswear because of the kind of questions you ask.
Yes.
But I can go and check proceedings. Wewe.
Acha nikwambie City. Judiciary imekumulika hivi. Aya, another one here.
Yeah.
Marriage is the only union people enter into without proper study or preparation on emotions. Caroline Kaganzi anasema this is a timely conversation. Thank you Honorable Sitati. And then nilikuwa nimeona kuna ingine kweli nilikuwa nimeona Joseph amesema you are doing a good job, but how do you establish the truth and lies, because some ladies and men are smart here.
Wow. So in the judiciary, I told you we are geniuses. Our problem is just solving the problems you bring to us. You can be a very good liar. And once I have recorded it, I am bound by that record. There's no way I can say. But sometimes we write the demeanor. I can see City here and I can see the demeanor. Yeah, you're telling me I want my wife back. But you've never even called her. You're not picking her call. That is the evidence that is coming through. So largely is... the evidence we get. Remember, we are court of record. If that evidence is not there, we can't say, but I feel, even if words were not spoken, this is the situation. That's your own evidence, my friend. So I will say, thank you for your observation that we Kenyans come and lie to us.
Yeah.
Majority. And it is true, sometimes we judge according to the lies we are fed.
All right.
Yeah.
There is this Mediation Summit 26 happening on the 15th to 17th of April at Strathmore University in Nairobi. The theme is the role of mediation in resolving family, children and succession disputes, bringing peace and harmony in our families and society. Utakuwa huko?
Mimi nitakuwa hapo.
Ama wewe ndio mwanzilishi?
Mimi ndio yeye.
Okay. Wewe ndiye mwanzilishi.
All right. Yes.
What is it all about? We can see the theme, yes, but what do you hope to achieve at the end of those? Is it 3 days? 15th, 16th and the 17th.
So first of all, just to give us highlights of why we came up with summits. We started with a summit in banking and just basically the commercial world. Then we did employment and labor relations. Then last year we did environment and land court disputes. This year we are targeting family.
Okay.
Why? Because everything starts with family. What do we expect? We are going to have people from the academia. We're going to have the bar. the lawyers. What we want is for advocates to be the ones spearheading mediation advocacy. We want to speak the same language. Yeah. Then for the academia, we want them to write. Look at what the judiciary is doing under the ambits of Article 159(2)(c). We might be going wrong. Hapo tunaweza tolewa upumbavu kidogo. Sindio? But we can't be blamed for ujasiri. So we want people to write, and I can tell you we have 11 articles that have come on this topic. We are hoping to publish them soon. But what do they expect to learn? We want to tell them that dispute is everything. It's happening everywhere. But it is how we manage that dispute that matters. They're going to be very interesting conversation, including domestic violence.
Yes.
So I can't tell you that we'll be telling them that, there are issues for the domestic violence. You can't do 1, 2, 3. It's going to be discussed.
Yes,
we have closed registration because of capacity, but we have virtual slots. We are going to how do you call it in your word?
You're going to share.
We are going to stream.
You're going to stream it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's going to be live streamed on YouTube and
YouTube,
your social media spaces for the judiciary.
But we had to register because for purposes of the ones who want to sit in and to get certificates. Yes, but we will not give certificates to those who we notice are not attending.
But what of those who attend online? So, for example, if I log in on that day with the given streaming,
that you can be cooking ugali while it's just talking over there.
Okay. All right.
That's divided attention, sir.
If you put it that way.
We are telling Kenyans to be Christians. This is a conversation they do not want to miss. For you, if I told you, listen to an ELC case and you do not have land, you might not be interested. But you are from a family. Somehow. You have a relationship somewhere. Please listen in. There's going to be issues of digital virtual assets, distribution. There's going to be interesting conversations of what Nigeria, Sudan, Somalia are doing about mediation in family disputes. It is something you must listen in. Above all, even, I forgot under Maluya, I've let down the Luya committee. Now, I have a chair called Justice Agrim Chelule.
Right.
Is the chair of the steering committee on mediation. He was nominated by the Honorable the Chief Justice to spearhead this conversation on mainstreaming mediation. Now, previously, of course, and building on the successes that we've had on court annexed mediation, the ones we refer from court, we have now a new mandate to ensure that people do not even come to court to begin with. They just go straight to mediation. We are calling it private mediation. Please listen in. You're going to hear about it. You don't have to spend filing fees. That's an incentive, don't you think?
It is actually.
It is an incentive.
It is.
You only need to have bundles.
Yes. Thank you.
We have come to the end of the show, but before I let you go, there's a burning question here on our X account. Anthony Murigu anauliza hivi.
Yes.
Kindly ask about when one party deserts the marriage for more than 10 years. How does one basically deal with this now? Do I come to court? Do I come to mediation? Who am I mediating with? Kama mtu ameenda for 10 years. Anaweza kwa Australia for all I care.
So for one, I remember I told you divorce is the kisahani ya koti. We must divorce you in court. You can't, Okay? So if that party has deserted you for more than 10 years, that's a ground for divorce. So that party has to file a petition and then the court will consider. Sometimes even that party, the respondent might not enter appearance, but the court has powers to, enter a judgment in default of appearance. But that is only the work of the court. The mediator can't sit with you and say, kwa sababu mke wako amekutoroka for more than 10 years, pewa, divorce. No. That's the work of the court.
Okay. So for Anthony, if indeed he's going through this, he comes to court.
He needs to petition. The court will consider the petition.
All right.
And deliver a judgment.
Okay.
Yes.
Will the court attempt to find his long lost wife?
No, that's not how work. In fact, the work to serve his long lost wife it's his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Na kama hajui madi yuko ataserve nani?
Lakini wewe unaamini wa Kenya?
Okay.
Has he told you the whole story?
Sawa mheshimiwa. Ushasema.
Yeah.
Nimenyongwa kidogo, but thank you so much for having this conversation with us.
Yeah.
I actually never thought judges come to radio TV. Mimi nilidhani mnakwanga tuko then mnatuma watu ma registrars.
No. This particular dispensation, when Martha Koome has been president,
yes,
president of this court processes, I have interviewed Supreme Court judges, Court of Appeal judges, judges of the High Court, magistrates, registrars. So they actually do come to the public domain and they do speak of the areas of jurisdiction that they are at, or administrative. The judiciary has attempted to make themselves user-friendly in more ways than we've had them before. This process was started by Justice Mutunga.
Yes.
Okay? But it has been carried on. Everyone, like the baton has been passed on, and each Chief Justice has taken a step further. But this particular Chief Justice has taken it a lot further than the other two had.
Yes.
Honorable Sitati has been a pillar of mediation. Keep doing what you do best, Mheshimiwa, and be assured that we are behind you. Regards, Dr. Nyakundi Pius OGW Court Annexed Mediator.
Thank you.
Hivyo ndivyo amesema.
Asante.
Kuna mtu mwingine anauliza utupatie number 1 parting shot, number 2 tuambie kama uko kadi.
Oh my God, you're making me to laugh in a matter that does not please the Lord. My parting shot is that Article 1 of the Constitution, it just gives us delegated authority to handle your matters. The power is with you. And now with the private mediation that the Honorable Chief Justice is spearheading, do not be left behind. The court will register those settlement agreements that you bring to court, and we will adopt them as orders of the court. Filing fee free. You only need to put in an affidavit by a qualified mediator, and then annex the settlement agreement, place it before a judge or a magistrate, and that is your own resolution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Your Honor. This is where we come to a close. Enjoy your weekend. For our listeners, thank you so much for coming through. This is where we come to a close. City, ambia wa Kenya kwa heri.
Kwaherini.
See you Monday, bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A 12-year-old boy has died after drowning in a swimming pool in Ngurumbani town, Mwea in Kirinyaga County. The incident occurred on Thursday in what police say was a child's pool. The boy had been preparing for his baptism at St. Joseph Alamano Wanguru Catholic Church, which was scheduled to take place this Saturday. He was rushed to a nearby private hospital but was pronounced dead on arrival. Detectives from Wanguru Police Station have launched investigations into the circumstances surrounding the tragedy. A court in Mombasa has charged Tanzanian musician Shefu Shabani Ramadhan, popularly known as Matonya, with 1 count of rape. He denied the charge when he appeared before the Shanzu Law Court. The court heard that the alleged offense took place on the 7th of April 2026 at an apartment in Nyali, Mombasa County, involving an adult woman. He was released on a bond of 500,000 Kenya shillings with 1 Kenyan surety. President William Ruto has hailed the Nairobi Railway City as an initiative of national importance aimed at boosting urban growth. Speaking in Nairobi today at State House, he said the project was conceived as a master plan intervention designated as a project of national importance and anchored on a special planning zone to guide the redevelopment of urban areas.
The agreement we witness here today is the result of deliberate planning, structured coordination, and a clear collective commitment from both the government and the private sector for the regeneration that is at the core of our capital through integrated large-scale urban development. The Nairobi Railway City was conceived as a master plan intervention, designated as a project of national importance and anchored on a special planning zone to guide the redevelopment of critical urban precinct. From the outset, we